During this morning's program, we will be treated by Professor Taylor. Please accept our immense gratitude on behalf of the university's family for the support the council and the ministry have received over these many, many years. Thank you. This year, like last year, given the continued extenuating circumstances presented by the pandemic, the council thought it was wise to not break the long-standing tradition of our local celebrations, but innovatively and with the support of the Council Geography Awareness Week Planning Committee and the National Spatial Data Management Division, successfully virtually staged 11th GIS Business Executive Forum, the 9th GIS Technical Seminar, Geography Awareness Week Thanksgiving Service, and now the 19th National GIS Day Exposition, all during this month. These are hallmarks events that we are proud of as a council. I extend a special welcome to our minister, a special welcome to our GeoTalk speakers, a special welcome to our competition leads, a special welcome to our judges as we look forward to an exciting and fulfilling day. We encourage you to be focused. We encourage you to be engaging on this platform. Our theme, Geospatial Technologies, Navigating the New Normal. It is going to be an exciting, exciting event. We're honored that you consented to give of your invaluable time to share your expertise and knowledge to this exposition for the benefit of all. Welcome.
Information Council of Jamaica. Thank you so much for bringing greetings on behalf of the council and for the best wishes. As you've indicated, this has been a long-standing journey and hallmark event of which we've invited many students, schools from across the island who come out, and we're usually there at UMONA, joining in the excitement and learning and sharing together. But although that is not possible physically, we're here together virtually, and so we continue. And so there's much for us to do today, and from us, and a lot for us to share and to be engaged. And so we thank you. At this time, given the fact that we could not have done this, the 19th, as indicated, today is the 19th staging. For the past 17 years, we would have been gathered at the Assembly Hall of the University of the West Indies, Mona. And so we would not have been able to do that without the kind support and partnership of the University of the West Indies, Mona. And so at this time, we're very excited that Professor Michael Taylor is representing the university to bring greetings on behalf of their family. We miss them so much, and we are so looking forward to the possibility of being able to join them next year, November, on the 3rd Wednesday of November in 2022 at their compound as we celebrate with them. So at this time, we'll invite Professor Michael Taylor to bring greetings. And he is the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology. So over to you, Professor Taylor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lloyd, moderator and acting principal director of the National Spatial Data Management Branch. Let me also acknowledge the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., who is your guest speaker and Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change. Ms. Mayer, Chair of the Land Information Council of Jamaica, Dr. Hales, Permanent Secretary in the same ministry, Ms. Tyra Horton and Ms. Dacian Walker. We've heard from one of the student participants already, and we acknowledge the other. All the students, teachers who are connected, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me express what a pleasure it is to deliver greetings. I do so on behalf of Professor Dale Weber, Pro-Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, on this, the occasion of the 19th anniversary of the annual World Geographic Information Systems or GIS Day celebrations. I assure you that the UWI is very proud to have had a long association with the celebrations. We're grateful for the continued association, even if we can't host you physically. Though I will also echo the sentiment that we really look forward to the day when we can do that again, and we hope that it will be next year. I especially consider it a personal pleasure because of the close association of the faculty for which I am dean, which has had a close association with the annual staging. Certainly here at UWI, we extend our appreciation to the National Spatial Data Management Branch and the Land Information Council of Jamaica in the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change for their continued efforts to ensure that Jamaica keeps apace with the latest developments in geospatial technologies. World GIS Day is an opportunity to raise awareness about the capacity of geographic information systems, the capacity that they have to make our lives better. It is also an occasion to introduce students to the marvels of geography beyond their school atlases, to show the world of possibilities when technology meets geography. This day is an opportunity for stakeholders to share their perspectives and look toward new collaborations to enhance the professions. But what do I want to say in these very brief greetings? I would like to perhaps just point to what is the significance of all of this. As an island, we are particularly vulnerable to a number of challenges, including the effects of climate change. And we have to use all tools at our disposal to offset those vulnerabilities. Let me use a little bit of an analogy. Some of our students here might remember that there's a television drama that premiered in 2014 called Scorpion. That drama features the exploits of a very eccentric team of geniuses led by Walter O'Brien. In each episode, the team works to prevent or offset damage from a bizarre disaster of some nature, or even more than one disaster. And the threats are always nullified just in time because this band of misfit superheroes with remarkable scientific capabilities collaborate and confront the complex challenges. In our world, region, and in our country, we do face a number of urgent, complex challenges. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic has upended lives across the globe. We acknowledge the losses that we endured, the loss in lives, the livelihoods, and opportunities. We also appreciate, however, the lessons we have also learned. There are aspects of how we live that we have ignored, whether partially or wholly, for a very long time. And the pandemic forced us to stop. And with the imposed stillness, we were squarely confronted with the impact of human activity on our planet. You see, it's always easy to ignore a problem when you have other things to distract you, but COVID-19, in a sense, relieved us of many of our usual ways of escape. And this is the part of the crisis that we should not let go to waste. Yet, even as we battled the pandemic, we were also fighting for the future of this planet. It shouldn't escape you that the 2021 United Nations Climate Change Conference, or what they call the COP26, just concluded last Friday. And yes, we hope that the countries of the world which contribute the most to climate change will do the right things by making the tough decisions to win the race to net zero carbon emissions by 2050. But even while we hope that the spirit of heroism will overcome the spirit of self-interest, there are things that we have to do to mitigate the many climate disasters that we face as a small island developing state. We may not be able to prevent certain natural events, but we can act to limit the impact on their lives. So what am I saying by drawing this analogy or using COVID and climate? I'm saying we can be our own superheroes tackling our own complex challenges, but to do so, we need tools that can help us deal with both the grand and the granular nature across discipline of the challenges that span disciplines and also span geographic boundaries. Thanks to geographers, geologists, and information technologists, we already have some tools at our disposal to use. Using, for example, GIS, we can collaborate and plan so that our housing developments are in the safest places and built to withstand floods, winds, and earthquakes. Using GIS tools, we can plan our agriculture land use to match crops with the ideal wind, rain, and drainage factors. Using GIS tools, we can even combat the pandemic, for example, by examining how human traffic patterns lead to viral transmission. So in my brief greetings, I'm really addressing our future scientists then. You are our future superheroes. You, our students, are the ones who will take up some of these challenges and really respond and make a difference in our region. So I encourage you then to engage with the technology. You have unique perspectives, and when you share those perspectives, you help us to make better decisions. When the time comes for you to pursue advanced training in some of these tools and technologies, I'm going to take the great pleasure to welcome you to the Caribbean's premier higher education institution, the University of the West Indies. At the Mona campus, you will have many opportunities to expand your skills as you join faculty in creating technological tools that can help us to live better, can serve our community, that can bring us closer to resilience. Especially if a personal plug, for those of you who are interested in the climate sciences, there are many opportunities to work on projects that generate data on climate change and how to mitigate the threats. GIS allows us to use the tools of science and technology to make intelligent decisions about how and when we use our space. It can help us go beyond what things are to understand why things are the way they are and make changes accordingly. But to do so, we have to work together to fully harness this tool to create a better normal for all of us. I hope you get just a little bit of insight then to the importance of this celebration and to the importance of what you will be exposed to today. As a university, we continue to be happy for the association, and we wish that all the celebrations, all the activities of today will be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Taylor. Wow. Thank you so much for that greeting. from the premier university of the Caribbean. So as we address, I like your expression, as we address the future superheroes of our country, our students who have joined us for this event, we're so excited that Professor Taylor has been sharing with you the various ways in which geospatial technologies are being used locally. He would have made reference to the work that is being done in climate change. And congratulations, Professor Taylor, on the work that has been done and continues to be done by your climate studies group as you represent us well. And we're sure you did so well in terms of representing Jamaica and the Caribbean region well at the recently concluded COP26. Thank you so much. You were able to highlight for us how it is that COVID-19 has forced us to learn and to adapt. And you would have also spoken to climate change and how geospatial technologies are used in both areas and in so many other areas. So thank you so much for doing that. And thank you for putting that plug in that as our students look at the future and future career options, how it is that the University of the West Indies, Mona, offers so many opportunities that they can explore with respect to possible career options. And as we gather together here for the International GIS Day and Jamaica's celebration of said, we invite you to consider geospatial career options that can engage you. There are so many options available. And when we conclude our opening ceremony, we're going to our Geo Talks. We welcome all the various geospatial professionals who will be sharing with you their journey, some of whom are elite graduates of the University of the West Indies, Mona. And so we thank you, Professor Taylor, for sharing all that you have, for bringing greetings on behalf of your Pro-Vice Chancellor and Principal, and from the entire family of the University of the West Indies, Mona. And we do look forward, hopefully next year, being able to join together with you and the rest of the family there at the Assembly Hall of your elite university. So thank you again. At this time, it is my pleasure to invite our Permanent Secretary, Dr. Alwyn Hales, from the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change, to bring greetings on behalf of our ministry as we host this event. Over to you, Dr. Hales. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Madam Master Ceremony. Ms. Simone Lloyd, our Acting Principal Director of the National Spatial Data Management Division. Let me acknowledge our Minister, Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., our Minister and Team Leader, who will be delivering the main address today. The Chair of the Land Information Council of Jamaica, Ms. Juliet Mayer, and the ever-effervescent Professor Michael Taylor, Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology of the great University of the West Indies. And I use the word great proudly because I am a product of that institution. Youngsters participating in this expo, each and every one listening, whether virtually or otherwise, let me acknowledge your participation. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome you all to the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change, to the National Spatial Data Management Division and Land Information Council of Jamaica, to this virtual staging of the 19th National GIS Exposition under the theme Geospatial Technologies, Navigating the New Normal. Geographic information systems and geospatial technologies have increasingly aided our global move towards a more sustainable world. The power of these technologies have been integral in aiding us to navigate the new normal in which we're all currently living. As a ministry, we recognize the power, relevance, and utility of these technologies, and in aiding the mapping, visualization, analysis, problem solving, planning, monitoring of our environment, climate change, spatial planning, land management, housing development, and meteorological portfolio areas. And those are just to name a few, as Professor would have highlighted some of the other areas in which geospatial technologies are very relevant and are increasingly being used today. I am pleased that here in Jamaica, a growing number of entities are brought into geospatial technologies and are employing them to improve the way they do business. We are proud to be leading the charge at the NSDNB. And one key role that we have played is to allow access to geospatial resources for the government of Jamaica, ministries, departments, agencies by securing an enterprise license agreement with Environmental Systems Research Institute, ESRI, a global market leader in geographic information systems. The new agreement and related activities. The ministry recognizes the invaluable support of our stakeholder, partners, and participating attendees in achieving the successful staging of the 11th GIS Business Executive Forum and the 9th GIS Technical Seminar held last week, and GAW Thanksgiving service held last Sunday. As we conclude our 2 weeks of activities with today's hosting of the 19th GIS Day Exposition, I wish for you a very enriching and impactful experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PS. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing greetings on behalf of the ministry, for your well wishes, and for speaking to the achievements of which we have accomplished so far. You've spoken to some things of which are going to be coming in the future, of which we're looking forward to, in terms of the added benefits of geospatial technologies. Professor Taylor would have spoken to the whole use of these technologies in terms of us being superheroes and us using them, in particular, the future of our students in taking on the charge of using these areas in terms of these tools to aid us as we solve various problems, various issues that affect our country or island, different from affecting our globe. All right, so thank you so much for that, Dr. Hales. So we would have spoken, and Professor Taylor would have spoken to the fact that University of the West Indies would have been so excited to have us there at their assembly hall and the various areas on their compound as we go through the various activities, usually on a day like this, the various tours, the various displays, the geotalks, and all the various activities. So at this time, we'll be taking a little walk down memory lane as we view some flashbacks of past GIS days at the University of the West Indies, Mona. And so at this time, I invite you to enjoy the flashbacks. Academy. And Dacian is going to introduce to us our guest speaker. Handing over to you, Dacian. Welcome.
Thank you. A pleasant good morning to everyone. So, the Honorable Pernell P. Charles Jr., MP, is the Minister of the new and dynamic Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment, and Climate Change. He is also a two-time Member of Parliament, currently serving in Southeast Clarendon. Minister Charles is a former government senator and member of cabinet, where he served as Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, with responsibility for water, housing, and infrastructure. Prior to this appointment, he served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, with responsibility for diaspora affairs and the National Council for Coastal Zone Management, among other areas. Minister Charles also served as Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security, where he had portfolio duties for the Department of Correctional Services, the Jamaica Combined Cadet Forces, and special projects within the national security portfolio. He also continues to serve as the chairman of the UNESCO Youth Advisory Council. Pernell Charles Jr. is an attorney at law qualified to practice law in Jamaica and the United States of America. Throughout his professional career, he served with distinction as a judicial clerk, senior clerk of court, Crown Counsel at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and as the lead counsel and managing attorney of law offices of Pernell P. Charles Jr. The minister is also a former president of the Law Society and a former guild president of the University of the West Indies, where he earned 2 honors degrees, a Bachelor's of Science, double major in biochemistry and zoology, and a Bachelor of Laws. Additionally, he holds a Master of Laws degree from the George Washington University Law School in Washington, D.C., where he was awarded the Thomas Bergenthal Scholarship for academic performance. Pernell Charles Jr. was born with a passion for community service, and as a youth advocate, he continues to actively participate in community activities geared towards uplifting underserved communities and protecting the most vulnerable. Ladies and gentlemen, students, how fortunate we are to have such a distinguished son of the soil to speak with us this morning. Please help me wherever you are in welcoming the Honorable Pernell P. Charles Jr., MP. Thank you.
Oh, let me clap. Not clapping for me. I'm clapping for Dacian, because I mean I got lost in that a while ago. I'm going to have to. P.S. We have to hire Dacian to follow me everywhere. Nobody else is allowed to introduce me ever again. That's how good it was. Let me say firstly, thank you, Dacian, for that marvelous introduction. I get very uncomfortable listening to all of those things. Don't like to focus too much on all of that, but just your presentation made it warm and appreciated. So thank you, Dacian. Thank you to our host for today, Miss Simone Lloyd from our National Spatial Data Management Division, and also let me acknowledge my permanent secretary, the Dr. Alwyn Hales, the well-oiled and experienced Dr. Hales, who is the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment, and Climate Change. Our chairman, Miss Juliet Mayer, a distinguished chairman who I really am grateful has taken up the mantle of chairing the Land Information Council of Jamaica, and who together, I believe we are going to be able to do a lot in terms of really moving the objectives of that board and that body forward. I also see that I unfortunately missed the presentation, the greetings from Professor Taylor. But let me acknowledge him and acknowledge all of the distinguished students online, and if there are any teachers or parents as well. So good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for joining us on the 19th National GIS Day Exposition. What that means is that the exposition is older than many of you, but also not as old as many of us. It's hosted by our National Spatial Data Management Division of the ministry, that Dacian says is a dynamic ministry. And it is also in association with our Land Information Council of Jamaica, one of the councils which I believe has perhaps one of the most significant responsibilities in our country as we move to transition Jamaica into a more developed mode, using empirical data, relying on GIS as a form of innovation to truly allow us to make much better decisions and to be able to implement activities for the benefit of our country in a better way. I'm seeing attract students to understand the importance of how this innovation is going to help us to really move our country forward. The president and founder of the Environmental Systems Research Institute, Jack Dangermond, described Geographic Information System, or GIS, as a nervous system for the planet. What that is really saying is that the GIS technology as a tool is used to build systems in our country, global environmental accounting systems that will help Jamaica and help the world. He quoted, or is quoted as saying, GIS extended to the whole world would help us understand and perhaps better manage our earth as a living system. So we are using innovation, using inventions and technology to protect our planet and to allow us to interact with the planet in a different and more sustainable way. Your theme for GIS Day and Geography Awareness Week, which is Geospatial Technologies, Navigating the New Normal, truly demonstrates how necessary it is for leaders, planners, teachers, students, parents, and a host of other persons in our country and around the world to utilize GIS technology in their planning process, particularly in the face of developmental challenges. And here in Jamaica, we have serious challenges. They include health and economic issues that we are facing as a result of COVID-19. Everybody, all of our students, more than anybody, Mr. Ranford Campbell, understand that we are facing, or not facing, we are living, we're existing in a time where some of the challenges that we only thought of 10 years ago, some of the challenges, Ms. Lloyd, that we only imagined could be plots in a movie are things that we are having to navigate right now. But then there's some challenges that are traditional and usual for us, which we have to address. You know, the high prices of oil, severe natural disasters. We have always had droughts and floods, but what we're seeing now in Jamaica and other small island developing states is an intensity and a frequency which is not normal. And a lot of it is connected to climate change. And you would have heard me speaking a lot about climate change over the last 2 weeks, because I'm just coming back from Glasgow, where we had the really big climate change conference. And a lot of that was relating to how the world is going to plan better, use data better, develop better policies, develop better projects and programs, and manage our physical and natural resources in a way that will help us to be sustainable. GIS provides the tools that we need to engage in the critical thinking necessary to do all those things and to deal with the challenges that we have, whether they're usual challenges or new challenges. And so governments need to have, to use GIS to help us to build short, medium, and long-term plans that will allow us to be able to put our small budget and allocations that we have, limited allocations rather, to the best use. So it helps us to map out safe, low-risk areas to plan and put housing, for instance, and other developments, especially because we live in a country where so many people live on the coastline and are prone to very, very vulnerable to the natural hazards, hurricanes, and otherwise, whether they are severe, extreme, or slow onset. Hurricanes, earthquakes, flooding, all of these things happen in our country. And so we have to utilize the science and the innovation to help us to plan for all of these events. Now, GIS technology also helps us to preserve our environment. And as our ministry focuses not just on housing and climate change, but also on environment. And the GIS can help us to do so by identifying natural habitats and ecosystems so that we can know where to build, where not to build, where to dump waste, where not to dump waste, and ensure that people are not dumping waste or building in areas that need to be preserved. And really to help us now in all areas of our ministry. You would know that the ministry also, for the first time ever, Ms. Tyra Horton and Chanel Johnson, for the first time, we have a ministry that has carved out urban renewal as a specific portfolio area. And so you might ask yourself, what does this man mean when you talk about urban renewal? Well, it's very important. We're talking about the face of our community. We're talking about integrating the type of building that will have that synergy between the natural and the built environment. And so urban renewal is another very important part of our ministry. The statistics shows actually for 2020 that approximately 56.31% of Jamaicans live in urban areas. And there seems to be, no end in sight to the rural urban drift. That is people leaving rural areas and coming over to the urban areas. I could hear Sharice James asking me the question, what does it mean? What's rural urban drift? So that's when people are leaving, Chairman Mayor, from the rural areas like you did back in the day, and move to Kingston or St. Catherine to come and get work and to become a big lawyer. So this places our cities, Ariana, under tremendous strain. With housing stock, with facilities, infrastructure, services, everything is now struggling to keep up with the pace of growth, rapid growth. And so what do we have to do as a government, Ariana? What do you think we have to do? If we see all of this rapid growth, if we see that this is occurring, the government then has to put on its thinking cap. And we have therefore placed a comprehensive program for sustainable urban renewal on the front burner. And what are we going to use to help us to define how that urban renewal is going to take place? Guess. Let me see who can tell me first. Jana Tomlinson, who can tell me? Yes, you're right. GIS. GIS is going to be used as part of the process to define how best to redevelop, to beautify, and to revitalize our towns and cities. But the applications, I must tell you, for GIS go way beyond my ministry or the portfolio areas under my responsibility. The National Spatial Data Management Division is, we can proudly say, is one of the divisions of my ministry in partnership with the National Emergency Response Geographic Information Systems team. Whew, that's a long word. A team of the GIS professionals that have risen to the challenge, and they have been helping out significantly with combating the COVID-19 pandemic. So sometimes when you turn on the news and you see all of these maps, and you wonder, Tyra, where do they get all this information? Well, the team that we have that's working on the GIS is giving significant support. Joanna, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your your name correctly. But our team is giving support to that, and they have assisted in the development of various Jamaica COVID-19 dashboards in partnership with the Ministry of Health and Wellness through geospatial mapping to show where we have the COVID-19, where we have the most cases, where we don't have the cases, and that helps us to plan better. So you understand how critical this information is, Tasani Bromfield, to the Ministry of Health and Wellness, who uses our geospatial information now to support the provision of national update on new cases, recoveries, hospitalizations, and to tell us who we have lost. So if you are going to do something, if today Chairman Mayor says to you, Sharice, listen, Sharice, this is a task that I'm giving you. The first thing you have to do is to get the accurate information. Not correct? Yeah, yes, you have to shake your head. I can't hear it. And so this is the new normal that we're operating. Operating in this new normal requires us to operate and interact online even more. Who knew that I would be giving this kind of presentation online? Like I would never expect 4 years ago to be speaking to people online every day. Like it's, this is just normal now. And so sometimes these challenges present opportunities that allow us to interact even more if we use technology to the best benefit. And that is what the NSDMD, or National Spatial Management Branch team, is doing in terms of really helping with COVID-19. So let me move on quickly. I just want to commend the team because, in addition to COVID-19, we have several other things that are being helped. And I'm also pleased that here in Jamaica, our education system is among the growing list of entities that have brought into use the GIS technology through the GIS in Schools education program. In fact, in 2005, a GIS infusion guide and workbook was prepared by the Land Information Council of Jamaica to facilitate the introduction of GIS within the secondary level geography school curriculum. And so our students are being taught about GIS. Our students understand. Chanel Johnson has also indicated she has an interest in pursuing her master's in these areas. And so I know that this is very important. And I want to commend the National Spatial Data Management Division and our Land Information Council of Jamaica, led by our chairman, Mayor, and all the members, several members who are experienced on that body. And I want to also commend all of the worthwhile ventures in the GIS sphere, because it's not just us alone that are making use of this technology. I'm very proud that Jamaica continues, Joanna, we continue to lead the Caribbean region in geospatial information management and the use of geospatial technologies. And we are a valued contributor to the various regional and international fora on the use of technology. What that means, Alyssa K., is that we're not just keeping our expertise to ourselves. We share and we improve the mechanisms and use of these things for Jamaica, and we help across the Caribbean region. And we are a member of the Americas Regional Committee of the United Nations, big thing, Global Geospatial Information Management Group of Experts, and Jamaica also jointly chairs the UN GGIM Working Group on Geospatial Information and Services for Disasters, and our representation on the high-level group on the Integrated Geospatial Information Framework. So there's a lot that Chairman Mayor and Ms. Lloyd and the team are doing. And so we have to use the opportunity, Alyssa K., to say to them, thank you for the good work that you're doing. Jamaica, through my ministry, it looks forward to taking on the new charge of becoming the Caribbean vocal for the UNGGIM Americas during the 8th session of the UNGGIM Americas, which is currently underway and runs from November 16th to 19th. And what it says, Ariana, is that these positions internationally help us to not only give our service to the world, but it also helps Jamaica to be positioned, Dacian, for us to receive support and receive the kind of projects that will help build up our country and build up our students. And we recognize the need for the voice of the Caribbean countries, especially small island developing states with their unique geographic characteristics, to be heard not only regionally, but internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, I am convinced that GIS technology is absolutely necessary in our efforts to achieve a better balance between our natural and built environment, our physical resources and economic growth, and between human consumption and conservation, which is very important because we are on this planet to utilize the assets. But if we use the assets around us in the wrong way, then we'll create such an imbalance that we won't be able to stay on this planet for much more. So GIS will help us, Tyra, to find that balance as we continue to work to fulfill our Vision 2030 goal of making Jamaica, Chanel, say it with me, the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. So in closing, I again draw on the words of the ESRI founder, Jack Dangerman, who has said that the application of GIS is limited only by the imagination of those who use it. Ms. Lloyd, P.S. Hales, Mr. Campbell, and others, I take the great pleasure now in declaring, Chairman Mayor, the 19th annual GIS Day Exposition open. Please make the best use of the information available to you. This information is literally being placed at your fingertips for your use. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Minister Pernell Charles Jr. Thank you so much for that. That was so, I'm not sure if you were feeling the excitement, but I was feeling the excitement. I was feeling the passion. Minister was sounding like he's a geospatial professional, yes, as champion, and he's there sharing with us all that is possible, all that is happening. So I was feeling very excited while I was listening to him. I was learning from him. As a geospatial professional, I was learning from him based on all that he was sharing with us. And I'm so excited that he was able to be our guest speaker today. And for the engagement with respect to engaging our participants as he carried us through his guest speaker presentation. As Minister wound up with respect to speaking to Jamaica's stance, Jamaica's position, or importance with respect to how it is that we are represented on various regional and international bodies, UN bodies and otherwise, and how it is that based on that, we have a voice. We have a voice of which we've been utilizing. And importantly, I would like to officially announce that this week, Minister would have spoken to the fact that this week is the 8th session of the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management Group of Experts, America's regional body, of which Jamaica is a member state. Now, within this body, this week, Jamaica officially will be announced as the new vocal for the Caribbean. And what does that mean? That means that Jamaica will officially be representing the interests of all countries within the Caribbean region with respect to geospatial information management issues and concerns and initiatives, both at the regional level and also at the international level. So that's a major milestone for Jamaica. And so we are very, very proud of that achievement. All right. So as we conclude, I would like to say big thank you. So big thank you to our permanent secretary. So firstly to Minister Pernell Charles Jr. for being our guest speaker today, and for all the insight, for all the excitement, for all the buzz that we were hearing as you delivered your guest speaker presentation. We'd like to also thank Professor Michael Taylor for bringing greetings on behalf of Professor Dale Weber, Pro-Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of the West Indies, to our Land Information Council of Jamaica Chairman, Ms. Juliet Meir. Thank you so much for bringing greetings on behalf of the LICJ. And at this time, I would like to take time to recognize representatives from various members of the LICJ. And there are so many, so I won't be able to name all, but to name a few so that you are aware of the council and who are members of the council. So examples of members who have joined us are representatives from the National Land Agency, the National Works Agency, the National Water Commission, the Mines and Geology Division, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, the Electoral Office of Jamaica, the Forestry Department, the Mines and Geology Division, right? The Urban Development Corporation, right? There are so many, the National Housing Trust, and the listing goes on. And there are so many ministries, departments, and agencies who use geospatial information and geospatial technologies to execute their work. Yes, as we execute being superheroes. Yes, with respect to how it is that we charge and utilize these technologies to really solve issues and make better and greater decisions that benefit our island and also our region and the wider international community. And so we're very proud of all of these members. As I said, there are so many. There are over 50 member organizations, but just to for you to have a quick idea as to who these member states are, just make sure to share those with you. Apart from that, Permanent Secretary, thank you so much for joining us, bringing greetings on behalf of the ministry. We're very happy that you were able to do so. We know that all the members of the opening ceremony that you are very, very busy, and so we're happy that you're able to stay with us for the past hour as we officially start the day's proceedings. And we are very appreciative of, because really GIS Day is geared towards schools, secondary schools, tertiary institutions, as we promote geospatial career options. Yes, so that with that, as Professor Taylor was saying, yes, inviting you to consider the University of the West Indies, Mona, well, the University of the West Indies in general, and in particular, Mona, as your possible option with respect to pursuing your tertiary level education. And with that, exploring the various options that are available, all right? And so we are very happy that our students have joined us. And in particular, big thank you to Ms. Tara Hutton, fifth form student of Mayday High, for your opening prayer. Also to Ms. Dacian Walker, lower sixth form student from the Convent of Mercy, Alpha Academy. Thank you so much for joining us and for introducing our minister or guest speaker so well. As we officially close out the opening ceremony, and as we continue, as we go through the other activities for today, we're going to be taking a trip one more time down memory lane regarding past GIS Day events of which we've had. And with that, we'll then lead into our GeoTalk session. And during our GeoTalk session, which will be a GIS careers panel discussion, we'll be speaking with 4 geospatial professionals, persons of whom would have chosen various career paths that are geospatial related. So Ms. Sharice James, Ms. Tammy Palmer, Mr. Sheldon Small, Dr. Robert Kinglock. We're very happy that they consented to be on board today and to share with you their path. So which high school would they have gone to? Which tertiary institution would they have pursued their degrees? And where are they now? What would have been their career path? And in them sharing that, we're hoping that they'll be, based on what they share, that you'll be engaged to ask them questions as to what it is that you would like to do and how they can guide you along your path. Because at the end of the day, we want to ensure, as Professor Taylor would have indicated, that we have superheroes who will be taking on the charge and using geospatial tools and various technologies to really solve our issues and to explore the various things of which we have to explore as an island. We're a small island developing state, which is influenced by so many varied issues of which Professor Taylor would have spoken to, also our guest speaker, Minister Colonel Charles Jr. And so with that, how it is that these tools can aid us. And so we really want you to make the most with respect to the GeoTalk session as you listen keenly to each presenter, but also we welcome you, whether it be student, teacher, whoever is joining us, to really ask questions of our panelists so that they can delve more into sharing with you what was their journey. And maybe we could help guide one of you or many of you in exploring your career path, all right? When we finish the GeoTalks today, we'll be getting into the various competitions. We'll be having the GISB competition live, also the treasure hunt competition live. There are other competitions of which we would have had schools registering for, and with that, we'll be sharing what are the results of those competitions. Those include the map competition, jingle, post, and essay. So with that, we look forward to you journeying with us through the day as we continue until around 2 o'clock this afternoon with these various events and activities. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Minister, for officially launching the event today. And as we wrap up our 2 weeks of activities, we are very thankful to all the many contributors or partners or stakeholders, all the persons who would have been a part of the various agenda items for the various events, for our executive forum, for our technical seminar, for Geography Awareness Week Thanksgiving service, and for our event today. It would not have been possible without your contribution. In particular, big thank you to our sponsors, the National Housing Trust, the National Land Agency, and Real Decoy. Thank you for coming on board and for sharing your resources to ensure that these events were possible. In addition to that, we thank you for providing the support that would have been necessary to provide the various prizes for the various competitions of which the schools have been competing in. Apart from that, we will be having a map competition, which is our only organization-based competition. We're very happy that based on sponsorship, we'll be having computer tablets, as Chairman Mayor would have spoken to, which will be distributed as first place prizes to support the competitions. And we're very happy that there will be a drone, an unmanned aerial vehicle, which will be serving as the first place prize for the map competition, of which we're sure that the organizations who have registered, whichever wins, will find very much use for that drone with respect to being able to use it to capture geospatial information to drive their business processes. And so we thank you for joining us for the opening ceremony as we officially have started our 19th National GIS Day Exposition. And again, we say happy, happy, happy International GIS Day. Thank you for being with us. So as we close out the opening ceremony, please do not leave us. Please stick and stay as we go down memory lane once more as the past GIS days of which we've had, and then we'll roll into our school call out and our GeoTalk session. I thank you. Oh, thank you for that. So, trip down memory lane, GIS days past, and we look forward to having excitement with respect to future GIS days at the University of the West Indies, Mona. So thank you all for being a part of the journey with respect to being a part of our official start of today's 19th National GIS Day Expo. With that, we are joined by representatives from various schools, and we are so excited that with us, we have representatives. And when you're ready, if you're able to unmute, we're gonna allow you to please unmute your mic. And if you're able to just give a big shout out, if you are currently logged in from one of the schools of which we are recognizing. So we would have had many schools who would have registered to either attend the GIS Day Expo today, virtual expo today, or to be a part of the various competitions of which we've had lined up. So we have a number of schools would have registered and of whom would have gone through the judging process or will be going through the judging process today. So who are these schools? We're very excited that we would have had Holland High School. Do we have anybody from Holland High School presently logged in with us? Could say a big hello. Holland High School. So as I call out each school, if you are present online with us, you can just open your mic and say a big shout out. An International GIS Day, Holland High School. All right, not hearing anyone. Camperdown High School. Anyone logged in currently? Okay, what about Mayday High? Anybody from Mayday High School logged in?
Oh yes, principal is here along with students and teachers.
Nice, thank you so much, Principal. What is your name, Principal?
Stanford Davis.
Hello, welcome, Mr. Stanford Davis and your family from the Mayday High School. Very happy that you took the time out to join us, be online with us, and to have your teachers and students engaged. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good. What about the Convent of Mercy Alpha Academy? Do we have anyone on?
Hi.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining us. We're happy that you're with us, but we know Daisy is with us and she's from Convent of Mercy. But thank you so much to all others who are joining from that elite institution. What about Woolmer's Trust High School for Girls? Anyone on from Woolmer's Trust High School for Girls? Anyone logged in currently? All right, not yet. What about Oberlin High? Anyone from Oberlin High?
Oberlin is here.
Yippee! Welcome, Oberlin. Thank you for joining us. Is that a teacher or a student?
Yes, I'm a teacher.
Okay,
Teacher,
welcome.
the students are, most of them are on prize giving. So we had a clash.
No problem. Thank you so much for joining us. And your name is?
Shanika Hobbs.
Okay, thank you, Miss. You said Hobbs?
Hobbs, H-O-B-B-S.
Okay,
Hobbs.
thank you so much, Miss Hobbs. Thank you, Shanika Hobbs, for joining us. What about Garvin Maceo High? Anyone from Garvin Maceo High that is on?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Lloyd, and good morning, everyone.
And who do we have?
Garvin High School. Dwight Henry from Garvin Maceo High.
Good. Thank you so much, Dwight Henry, and you're one of the geography teachers, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I am.
Wonderful. Do you have any teachers, any students, online with you currently with us?
No. They are actually not in a class.
All right, thank you. Well, that's one of the things. We understand that because we have GIS Day virtually, that many of the students wouldn't be able to join us virtually because they have classes. And so we miss GIS Day being at you because we know you would be there with us. All the students would be there with us, and we would have you for an entire day engaging you with no other distractions. And so we understand. Well, thank you so much for joining and for representing Garvin Maceo. We appreciate. What about Calabar High? Any Calabar High on? Calabar High? Calabar High? Okay, Bel Air. Any representative from Bel Air High School?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. Could you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Camille Stevenson, geography teacher.
Good,
and
thank
the
you, Miss.
Students will be taking part later, so they'll be on when they're needed.
Good, thank you so much. Wonderful, thank you for confirming that. What about St. Catherine High? Anyone from St. Catherine High with us? St. Catherine High, St. Catherine High. Okay, what about Bustamante High School? Bustamante High, Bustamante High. Okay, what about Donald Quarry? Oh, I'm seeing in the chat, hi everyone. I am Ronald Brown
We're here
of the
today.
Donald Quarry High School. So hi, Mr. Brown. Thank you for joining us. Sorry.
Yes, that's one of my
Woman's
students.
Girls is here. Sorry, I need to be paying attention to the chat. So Woman's Girls is here. Welcome, Woman's Girls. Okay, who did I hear a while ago, please?
Miss Gail from Donald Quarry High.
Nice.
Yes.
Welcome, 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 welcome. We're happy that you're with us.
Thank you.
Is there any school we're missing? Is there any school we haven't called? Camperdown. Camperdown is here. Welcome, Camperdown High School. Camperdown is usually one of our big winners for the fashion show. Anyone from Westwood High, Montego Bay High, Cornwall College, any other school of which we have not called, and you're here represented by a student, a teacher, a principal, you can say, okay, so Marymount High is here. Thank you so much for indicating that, Marymount. We have Bishop Gibson. I'm seeing in the chat that we have Bishop Gibson High. Any other school? Edwin Allen, welcome. Excellent. Edwin Allen is also with us. All right. Oh, we have persons. That's the other thing. If we have persons joining from other countries outside of Jamaica, within the Caribbean or otherwise, so I'm seeing that we have Lida from, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing her name correctly, from Tanzania. Welcome, Lida. That is so nice of you to join Jamaica's GIS Day celebrations today. We're very happy. If you are from any other Caribbean country or from another country from internationally, please do place it in the chat so that we're able to recognize you. Thank you so much for joining Jamaica's National GIS Day virtual exposition. Manning's High School is also on. Thank you so much, Mr. Bingham, for sharing that. We also have Roger Clark High. Wow, we are so excited that we have so many representatives from various schools that have joined us, and that we have persons from other countries who have joined us also. At this time, we now hand over to Mr. Walter Williams. And Mr. Walter Williams is the spatial plan analyst within the National Spatial Data Management Branch. I'm recognizing Roger Clark High. Thank you so much. Manning's High is also on. Thank you so much for joining us. So Mr. Walter Williams is a spatial plan analyst within the National Spatial Data Management Division, and he will be guiding us through the GeoTalks GIS Career Panel discussion. Handing over to you, Mr. Williams. Thank you so much. Please take over.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Lloyd.
Morning.
So as indicated by Ms. Lloyd, this is a GeoTalk session, which really is a career session organized by the National Spatial Data Management Division to sort of give some insight into career opportunities that exist in the geography field and in the GIS field. So I would like to take the time out to introduce our panelists. I will let you know their names and they will say a little bit more about themselves. So we have Dr. Robert Kinlock from the University of the West Indies, Department of Geology and Geography, or Geography and Geology, sorry. We have Miss Cherise James, and she is, one second. She is in the same ministry as us, sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you a bit. Sorry about that. Okay, at this time, we're going to invite, so if it's not a case whereby as we go through, so when we conclude the GeoTalks, we're going to want to ensure that we have as many representatives from the various schools on in terms of the students who are going to be participating in the competitions. So when we wind down with respect to the GeoTalks, we're going to be asking persons who are not directly involved in the GeoTalk, in the competitions in terms of representatives, if you could switch with respect to monitoring and watching the live stream by YouTube. So in the chat, we have placed the link for the YouTube link. You can freely share that link. And with that, you can join via the YouTube link in terms of watching and seeing what is going on where the event is concerned and posting any questions that you have there that we can address. or if you have anything in terms of comments, please post there also. So we're going to free up some space with respect to the Zoom once we have concluded the GeoTalk, so that we won't have an issue getting persons on where the other events are concerned. So just making sure to point that out to you. So please access the YouTube link. Those who definitely do not need to be in the Zoom, all right, when we wind down the GeoTalk session. All right. Thank you. Handing back over to you, Mr. Williams. And a very big thank you to all our GeoTalk presenters, our speakers. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lloyd, for that announcement. Yeah, so I was introducing the panelists to you guys. So I had started with Dr. Robert Kinlock, who is a lecturer in the Department of Geography and Geology at the University of the West Indies, UAE. Then we have Ms. Cherise James, who is the Director of Community Development and Planning at the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change. And we have Ms. Tammy Palmer, who is an Environmental Officer at the Jamaica Social Investment Fund. And then we have Mr. Sheldon Small, who is a Technical Consultant and GIS Developer at Real Decoy Global. All right, so I'm going to ask each one of the panelists just to give us a quick summary of who they are and where they work and how they got into this field. So I'm going to start ladies first and then the two gentlemen after. So I'm going to ask Ms. James to go first.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cherise James, and as mentioned, I'm the Director for the Community Development and Planning in the Ministry of Housing, specifically the Squatter and Environment Management Unit. I studied geomatics at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine in Trinidad, and thereafter I started working in the field of land surveying and then GIS. And now I'm here at the ministry for a year. And I'm the lead researcher in the national survey specific to informal settlements. And yes, so far it has been great. I really love the field of GIS, and I hope that at the end of the day, you all will fall in love with it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. Tammy Palmer, over to you.
Morning, everyone. Quick synopsis. You asked how did we get involved? Really, I think it was a mixture of finding out about a GIS day and a love for geography and computer science and merging those two. So I did my bachelor's at UTech, University of Technology Jamaica, in land surveying and GIS, then went on to do my master's abroad in Portugal and Germany and Spain in geospatial technologies. And I worked in various organizations, private and interned as well, even in government before finishing my degree. And then I came back to Jamaica, and I'm now here at Jamaica's Social Investment Fund.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer. Sheldon, can you go ahead? Give us a quick synopsis, please.
Sure, no problem. So all that involved in GIS was through GIS in schools. That's when I first got introduced to it at sixth form when I was at Woolman's. Then from there I went on to do a degree in land surveying and GIS, similar to Tammy, which I also referred to as well, because we're some years apart in terms of where we started. And from that, I would have worked at private companies with regard to doing geospatial technology. And I would have worked as well with NWC, as well as currently I'm working as a software developer in focusing on geospatial technology.
Thank you, Sheldon. I didn't say this before, so I apologize for this, but to the students and the rest of the participants, if you want to ask questions, you can go ahead and put them in the chat, and then I will ask the panelists to address them. Okay, so you can, if you're based on anything that they have said, if you have any particular question that you'd like to ask them, or anything you'd like them to clarify, you can always put it in the chat, and then I will ask those questions to the panelists. All right, Dr. Kinlock, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this session. Well, like Sheldon, I am a graduate of Wolmer's Boys School. I wasn't really introduced to GIS at Wolmer's, but I certainly was exposed to a lot of geography there. And that kind of inspired me in this direction. I studied at the University of the West Indies, where I completed my bachelor's in geography and my PhD in geography. Since completing the PhD, and during the completion of the PhD, I've worked at the University of the West Indies in lecturing geographic information systems. I've worked at other organizations like Mona Geoinformatics, as well as at done work with international organizations, the United Nations, FAO, the World Bank, and other places. So that's in a nutshell my experience and exposure to GIS.
All right, thank you very much, panelists, for those brief introductions. I'm going to ask a question. It's kind of going to be gender specific in a way. So sorry if Sheldon and Dr. Kinlock going to kind of exclude you from this one. But I just want to ask Ms. James and Ms. Palmer, how has it been, so to speak, working in a technical field? And what has been the response of men in this space and women in this space to you guys being strongly technical, but in a field that is sort of sometimes male dominated? And any one of you can go first.
All right, so
Cherise, go
I'll
ahead.
go first. Well, what I would say is that when I started studying geomatics at the University of the West Indies, in my class, we had, I think, maybe about 4 females out of the entire class, right? At the end, I think it was maybe 2 or 3 of us that ended the program within the 3 years. So, definitely from the get-go, it was mainly males. But I find that as a female in the field, I have no challenges. The males, they are very supportive in what we do. There isn't any challenges in that regard. I find, because I studied land surveying as well, as a female, it was a bit difficult for me traversing, like when I started working at the bauxite company here in Jamaica, specifically Naranda, in St. Anne, we had to traverse like some hilly terrains. It was very hard, very challenging, the physical aspect, but I managed to do it anyhow. And at the end of it all, I more gravitated towards the GIS aspect of things, and it has been great. No, I don't find that gender is mainly any challenge at all in this field for me.
Thank you, Ms. James. Ms. Palmer.
All right. In a similar fashion, I would say that the men are very supportive. For me, it wasn't so much that I'm a female, but you look cutesy, and I'm very, very petite. I'm under 5 feet actually. So I did land surveying as well. So setting up my instrument, being in the hilly terrain and all of that, of course, persons at first look at you skeptical, and I look very, very youthful as well. There's probably a slight underestimation, which I'm happy with, because then you get to prove them wrong just by simply just being you and doing what you do best. And the good thing about those experiences is that in my career and every path now, currently, especially working at JCIF, we work on various projects in rural areas, inner city communities, etc. And being able to relate with persons, and I work with a lot of males actually. And if I don't work with them directly, just being out in the field, I work with them. Actually, even today, I wanted to be in office, but I had to be in the field, and that's why I'm currently in the vehicle right now. I just came to Mobay from Kingston. So that's a typical day in the life, being on the road with the men and rolling with them. I have my nice little jacket now, but you'll be backed off soon to trade it off for, a vest and a helmet and hard hat and boots, you know. So it's a dynamic field. The men are supportive, maybe even sometimes more so than the women, I must say. And I think it's just a matter of having a good work ethic and good interpersonal skills at the end of the day with any profession you're in.
All right, thank you, Tammy. All right, so this question, I guess I just have to balance it now. We're in a gender kind of conscious society. So I just want to ask this question to Sheldon and Robert, and then I'll go back to asking just general questions to the panelists. I want to know how difficult it was after graduating from school in this field. Was it to find a job, or maybe to find something that you liked doing, not just a job that kind of paid the bills or was help you to finance yourself, but like how long did it take you to find a job that you were comfortable with and that you were happy with, what you were doing, and you felt like you were accomplishing something? So I'm going to ask Robert first, and then I'm going to ask Sheldon after.
Okay. So for me, it wasn't very difficult to find a job when I finished, to be honest. Immediately after undergrad, I was kind of, just recruited by Monagy Informatics. So that's where I really got my start in GIS, working on small projects there, and also doing some trainings for the different cohorts that they would have for their GIS training. So doing some demonstrations and stuff. So I can't say it was that difficult. I think at the time, there was a deficit of GIS professionals. And so the job market was quite buoyant. And so, I transitioned quite easily into it. I didn't spend very long there, and I kind of fell out of GIS for a few years, focusing more on my studies. And then I got back into it now from another side of things, with consultancies. And I can tell you that it is not very difficult to get consultancy work in this field, because GIS it's used in so many different areas. So many people, GIS skills are in high demand. And so every day you'll see something come across your desk that somebody wants some GIS work, or maybe I'm exaggerating to say every day, but certainly every month at least, there's something else on your desk or somebody wants GIS work. So because of that, I wouldn't say it was difficult to find work, and currently it's not very difficult to find work.
Thank you. All right, Sheldon, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I have a similar experience as well. When I was in my final year, I did an internship with Geotech Vision, so from the GIS aspect of things. So, and then transitioned from that into a full role at that company. And then I would have moved on to, giving back to Wolmer's to teach there for a year, geography, and then move into NWC and then to Real Decoy. So the job prospects weren't as difficult, and I think it's really because that internship that was provided. And what I would say is that the degree program that we have at UTech, the professionals are very close to the students. So they tend to provide that ease of transition to help students, because especially when we're doing our professional practice, we do it with the professionals. So we get to network, we get to understand them, and also the GIS in schools, as well as where we're currently at right now, provides that support too as well, for you to network and to get to know the different entities and to know where the prospects are. So I think it's kind of balanced. If you really look, you will find, right? Like in anything in life, it's not easy. You have to put out effort, and you have to make that effort to move forward. So the job prospects are there. I would say that. But you have to put the effort in, putting yourself out there so that you can be recognized for the talents that you have, so that you can get into those roles. And you can also look from the entrepreneurship standpoint, think of an idea, see how it is that you can flesh out that idea and build that idea, and you could possibly build a product from that. So there are different avenues that you can take.
All right, thank you, Sheldon. Thank you, Dr. Kinlock. All right. So what I want to ask next is, what, in your opinion, and this goes to all the panelists, would be some indispensable skill sets that you have developed over the years from your work experience or from school that you would say would be a must-have for geospatial professionals at this time? And the order is Miss James, then Sheldon, then Tammy, then Dr. Kinlock.
Okay, so of course, to be a geospatial professional, you need to have skills in manipulating GIS tools, for example, ArcGIS. It would require some bit of programming as well. In addition to that, it is somewhat essential based on some of the professions that you will go in to have knowledge in database management. Also in research, skills in research is very important, because at the end of the day, it's not just having the knowledge of GIS, but how do you research data and apply that to our everyday life in order to find solutions to existing challenges or problems we may have. And in addition to that, as a GIS professional, you will have to communicate with persons at various levels, whether community persons or persons from different organizations. And so you need good communication skills as well, just to name a few.
Thank you, Miss James. Sheldon.
I feel like Miss James took everything I had in my mind, but let me see if I can find something else up there. Well, I'll reiterate some of the points that I think is very important, and then I'll touch on some others too as well. With regards to researching and being able to learn fast, that's an essential skill that you have to have. As mentioned before, you will have the technical know-how if you study or go into that field. But if it is that when you see a particular problem, you can't look at innovative ways to find solutions, it will be hard. As well as one thing that I think is a very good trait is to not shy away from things that are seemingly complex. Because if you really sit down and think about it and try and break down the problems into different chunks, then you'll be able to solve it. So I think having that mind to really want to dig down deep into something that seems to be hard, you have to have that too as well, because when it comes on to geospatial data, you're dealing with a lot of data, right? So you have to be able to comb through that data, sanitize that data so that you can get good information from that data. I would say having that analytical mind is very good, and being teachable as well. Jen mentioned some technical parts too as well with regards to software development. Now that part comes into play when you want to take that data, manipulate the data, and present it in a meaningful way, and to create like products from that. So that's not a must-have. It's a very good to have, especially that we're moving into this technology age where things are remote, where we need to analyze data remotely. So we need products to be able to do that. So having those set of skills can be integrated into understanding how the geospatial technologies work too as well. You have to have a strong mind. Tammy had mentioned about, as a female person may think, okay, you can't go out into the field, right? No, that should never be the thought that should be in your mind. You should always want to be able to, if you have to go out in the field to collect data, you have to go there, because without that data, you can't do anything. So you have to have that strong will and mindset too as well to like overcome like different obstacles. So those are some things that I think you need to have those. The educational parts are very straightforward. There's a path that's already there. It's the more soft skills. Those are the ones that person tends to miss out on, and that we need to, put importance on.
Thank you, Sheldon. Tammy, go ahead.
Yeah, so my fellow colleagues ably stated a lot, and With that, I will focus on the soft skills too. Picking up from what Sheldon just said, good interpersonal skills and relationships are very good traits to have in any career, especially now, because I see GIS as an applicable science and tool in a way to communicate information and communicate the realities, and also to predict things to come. So that's why it's very applicable in many fields, areas, and spheres of our society. And with the research aspect, it's also important to be well read and conscientious of the world around us, because as Sheldon started to mention, I think problem solving skills are very, very good to have in as it relates to GIS, because really and truly we're always trying to solve a problem. We're always trying to perhaps even come up with evidence towards problem solving solutions and decision making for different groups of persons, you know, and analytical skills are very critically important as well. So the communication, by the way, for me is not just with people, but definitely also in our products that we create. For example, a map product must communicate clearly the information you want persons to get from it. So if it's a map for a child to show them the safest way to go to school, it must be specific for that audience. So you have to be aware of the persons you're communicating to. You have to be aware of what is the end result, what is the purpose. That's very important in all that we do. Because as Sheldon said, there's a bulk of data. There's also outdated data, current data, and we use all of this to pick up on trends and all of that in our society. So it's very important to have objectives to solve these different solutions so that we can really, really, truly impact change in those areas. Another thing I would say is to it's not really a skill per se, but an attitude in terms of being stick-to-itive and determined to figure things out. It might take a while. Some things really can get pretty complex. Don't be afraid to go into areas that you may not get a lot of experts in or have a lot of experience around you. Because, yes, as a scholarship question, I can take that one after Walter. You know, the fact that you might be the first one in your area. Jamaica is a small country, yes. But because GIS is so diverse in its applicability, you might be applying GIS in an area where people might be like, you sure? And all of this money going towards that? So you have to be able to gather all your information, gather all the knowledge, and present it and keep going at it. Because what if Jack Dangerman did not continue doing what he was doing? Then perhaps he wouldn't even be here today with a GIS day, you know? A lot of us probably wouldn't be in these careers. It's not just lawyer, doctor, nurse. Those are great professions. But we need to learn, as Sheldon said, entrepreneurial skills and talents. Find a problem and find a problem, something and issue you're passionate about. There probably is a GIS solution to it. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Tammy. Dr. Kinlock, go ahead.
Okay. So, I mean, my colleagues have really said it all. I would perhaps only echo the sentiments of my colleagues by using two words, agility and analytical ability. And I think that is what GIS does for you, and that is firstly what you need to survive in the field of GIS, and then secondly, what you will utilize as if you decide to transition into other fields. It will be a very, very useful skill for you. As a GIS professional, you're confronted with different challenges on a day-to-day basis, and as everybody else said, you know, it requires very, very developed problem-solving skills. And I can tell you that over the years, my problem-solving skills have, you know, developed quite a bit, you know, and that development has really come through me, you know, encountering different challenges on various projects. You know, you start a project sometimes not having a clue how you're going to, how it's gonna end up, you know, especially when you're working with an organization and they say to you, this is a task that you have to get done, you know. So you're starting and you're you know, every time I look at it first, I'm always so intimidated by the challenge. But as I transition through, I start to utilize, bring together all of my other skills and, see how I can, address this issue. So, it is very important that, you are analytical and that's the other thing I would add is that whole notion of agility and perhaps adaptability. Because, one of the things about GIS, it evolves and GIS changes. GIS back in the early 2000s when I started in GIS doing, when I was sitting in a class, even the software that I used back then is totally different from the software that is used now. I remember when I just started, when I was collecting data from my undergraduate research paper, I was walking around with a GPS device and a camera and all sorts of stuff, and and a questionnaire survey and all sorts of stuff, and now all of that can be done on my phone. So lots of things have become easier. Lots of things have changed. Even the new ArcGIS Pro, that is, it's slightly different from the software that some of us were using maybe last year or the year before. So GIS demands adaptability. It demands, you being able to transition as challenges, or you being able to confront, to tackle change, and to adjust to the changes that might be, that are inevitable in any field. So I think, that's what I get from GIS.
All right, thank you guys. There was a question in the chat re scholarship, and Tammy had said she would take that one. So I'm gonna allow her to respond to that. And I mean, if any of you feel like chiming in on that one, you can go ahead as well.
Could you remind me what they're asking, if scholarships exist or what, or?
Right. So I think the first question is asking if it was necessary for you to have a scholarship to be able to complete your master's. And then the other one is saying that the person is asking, she doesn't see any online and she would like to pursue it. And she teaches geography and environmental science. So this one is from a teacher, and then the first one was from a student.
Okay, thank you. So like any other degree program, it really does take amount of research. So you can practice some research skills where that's concerned. And also ask other persons around in the industry, perhaps. So for me, funny enough, it started with a Google search. Persons were telling me, there are different universities with geography programs, etc. But I know I didn't personally just want to study geography or environmental science, etc. at the time. And I was working in private sector, and I did feel the need to move for a change of something different. And I Googled literally things like GIS, key terms like geomatics, geospatial technologies. So not everything may be very clear-cut in its naming format. It might even be literally geography, but then you have to look through the courses to really see something applicable to what you want. And I chose a degree program that was research oriented, and even out of my time there, I actually published scientific research papers. Are you interested in that? So it depends if you want something practical or you just want a lecturer teacher interface where you just read and write essays. Do you want to actually do scientific research and be a scientist? Because that was something I had in mind. And also, do you want to be local or abroad? Are you willing to change your location and move? Do you have children? Are you married? All of these things come into play when you're selecting, trying to find a scholarship rather. Some scholarships are half scholarships, some are just tuition, and you have to think about your own boarding, etc. and living expenses. For me, I just knew I wanted something to cover everything. And I just literally Googled. There was an EU, I think it's still on, Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters of Science program. So that's what I joined. That's what I applied to. And in applying to that also, I didn't just stay in one country. So there's a lot of logistics and things to think about. What if you want to do something online? Because now, especially with COVID, people don't even want to move to another country, or they're not able to. So I would say check things, especially in Europe. Of course, there's always universities in America and Canada, the traditional places. But if you're willing to go outside of tradition, which was what I was willing to do, persons didn't even know that degree existed. They didn't even know that those universities existed, even though they were like top in their area. So don't just focus on America and Canada unless that is where you want to go. I was very open. There are things in South Africa, there are things in Australia. My lecturer at the time, he was a recipient of a scholarship, I believe, in Australia. I could be wrong, or England. So just look very wide. You can search by country, you can search by university, or you can search by degree programs, and just look at what all they have to offer.
Thanks, Tammy. We have some more questions. So one of them is how time consuming is your job? And do you have time for entrepreneurial activities? So I'm throwing that one out. Somebody can catch it.
Well, I guess I can take that one first. Well, my job is very time consuming because I spend a great deal of time preparing for classes. I'm a lecturer, but I also work in the field of GIS consultancy as well. And so so half of my time is spent teaching, and I would say more than 100% of my time is spent marking papers. But outside of that, I do need to find the time to participate in, the other obligations, working on projects and that type of thing. And I think I get a lot of joy from working on these projects because, teaching for me is, after you've done it for a few years, it's you're kind of going over the same material. Of course, you update it, but the projects, and so, they expose me to new things, new ways of looking at things, new ideas, and they allow me to apply a lot of the knowledge and practical skills that I am imparting to students. So I would say it does take a lot of time, but anything that that will be meaningful, that will be worthwhile, that any job that you're gonna be good at will take time investment. So so that's my take on it.
I just have a follow-up question on that. So I mean, I hear what you're saying, Dr. Kinlock, and so I'm not playing devil's advocate because I'm a Christian. But I want to ask you another question. I just want to know, in this cancel culture kind of world that we're living in, Gen Z, and the differences, we know that how they view employment is kind of different. And so do you see GIS professionals of the future, the superheroes of the future, staying one place for very long, or being engaged in these time-consuming things that that they may feel they could be, their time could be better served doing something else? Why don't I just go and be a vlogger or a TikTok person and get some followers and easy money? Why would I want to use my time to do GIS related stuff? And anybody else who wants to chime in from the panel can also do that. I guess I'll just follow that up with a question from the chat, which says, what inspired you to be a part of GIS, and what has inspired you to stay this long?
Okay, that was for me as well. Okay.
I mean, members from the panel can take part in that, responding to that. So I just want to I want to cover the bases for these young people who I feel like they're listening to us and they're like, yeah, you old people.
Well, what I always tell students is, pursue your passion where it is practical. So it might not, if vlogging is what you want to do, I would disagree with you, Walter, to say vlogging is a very easy career. I don't think it is easy. I feel like my Instagram has 40 followers, so it can't be that easy, right? So but when you one of the things I like with GIS is the dynamism of the field. Now, many people are that they might like social sciences, or they might like natural sciences, or whatever it is. Some people, I love both of them going to school, right? So what GIS gave me the opportunity to do is to explore both fields. GIS is kind of a bridge between the social and natural sciences, essentially, because it's a tool that, or a set of skills that you're kind of applying to solve a particular problem, and that problem could be based on social sciences, could be based on the natural sciences. So that type of dynamism, and in many instances also the problems are, hybrid problems, something like disaster risk management is a hybrid issue. So GIS, because it is relevant in so many areas, it gives one of the things about the Generation Z is that they have a really short attention span, and that is why they'll jump from what today they'll be celebrating one thing, and then tomorrow they'll be canceling the same thing that they were celebrating yesterday, and they move on to the next viral video. GIS is one of the few fields that I think you can really get that type of infusion of or injection of change. So it is really for the individual, if they really like the discipline, to convert that change to something positive, or to use that, to harness that energy in a positive way to fuel their career. No, not everybody. It's not for everybody. Some people like to be more static. Even I'm sure a lot of the Generation Z people want to be more static. But so it is. You have to find out. You have to know what works for you. And a good way of doing that is really getting your feet wet in the discipline and then seeing if it works for you. If not, and if you prefer vlogging, then do you. A lot of vloggers make a lot more than I do. So
So I'm just going to chime in quickly. I will express perhaps a bit of my journey. As much as I have a very analytical and scientific mind, there's a creative side to me personally. No, I haven't blown up and put as much attention to be, as Robert clearly said, that's not easy work. Even just dabbling and creating little videos and writing, because I love to write and all of that, it takes a lot of time and effort. But as he said earlier, in terms of how much time it takes and job availability, etc., it all boils down to the individual on what you're passionate about and where your interests lie. You will make time for what you're interested in. So I'm being a bit of a hypocrite because I am interested in other things, but I don't make the time for it because maybe something else becomes a priority. And throughout my career in general, I've been a researcher, like I said, in more the scientific realm. I've been like a field officer. I've been a GIS analyst, full-blown, basically around the computer almost all the time, go in the field sometimes to pick up location points or just drawing maps, digitizing, very monotonous. I've also been in social work, which is kind of what I'm in now, where I visit various project sites. So just 2 days ago, I was in Moko. The day before that, or 3 days before that, I was in Moortown, where the Maroons are on a water project. Now I'm heading to Montego Bay with the fire station that's being constructed to check it. Then going up into Anchovy, understand? Tomorrow, I'll probably be in Kingston and St. Andrew checking some other projects and go to Yalas. And then I'll be in office the next day. So the thing is, GIS is really, it's, as I say, that adaptability that's required, it really opens you up to many opportunities. I don't think it's very static. And as he said, it's very evolving. So you can find your niche in every area. The other thing is, I have a passion, perhaps like Walter does, where as a Christian, maybe because of your personal beliefs and interests, maybe in family and so on, or your church, I spend a lot of time on that too. And I saw how GIS helped. They need a database set up with the persons, where persons are located, what are the needs in the various areas in the communities so that the church or the organization or nonprofit can serve them. So even in your personal space, you can do something that you like. For me now, I might even pursue more vlogging and blogging because I travel a lot, as well as I do maps and all of that too. I can post those things. I can perhaps show little clips and videos. And maybe I'll get views. I'll reach up to Robert's status of 40 odd followers and maybe even more, So you really can make it work and you should never feel confined. And as people, we evolve ourselves. Maybe today I'm active, tomorrow I want to settle down, be married and have children and not move around as much. So I think one other thing I will say, which is very, very personal too, there was a transition period of a couple months, where I finished a contract because I was a consultant as well. you know, so it's very dynamic. You don't have to work for people. I was doing consultancy work, and then I was in contract. Then that contract ended, and here I was like, what am I gonna do next? I was feeling stuck. I was feeling like I can't find a job, even though obviously the track record has shows that you can get a job. It just depends on what you're willing to do and the nature of the job that you're interested in. And I was starting to feel like really annoyed and frustrated. Then one thing occurred to me, hey, you still have your land surveying background and all of that. It was a quick thing. Someone was working on a project, do some land surveying. Another thing, do some map work, you know, do some presentations, be a guest lecturer here or there. So you really can just put yourself out there and be willing to, you know, get things going. It's just up to you, the individual, really, like with anything else.
Thank you, Tammy. All right. So question from the chat again. So someone is asking, before you got into GIS, if you had any other careers in mind, you know, which direction your career would have gone. And then I want to ask a question from the list that I have here. What are some of the future trends that you guys see in the geospatial industry? Where is it headed? You know, so that maybe that could give some guidance to students about, you know, some of the courses that they could choose at the sixth form, and, you know, if they are at university, they could also look into some, you know, some of those courses. So two things. One, the question from the chat. Sorry, I kind of lost it. So many things in the chat. Right. So they were asking about career options that you guys probably would have considered before going into GIS. And then what are some of the future trends? And I think that's going to be our last question, because we're scheduled to finish at 11:15. So I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to go through. And if we still have time, then we may take one more question and then we'll wrap this up.
I guess I can take this one. Or Sharice, you want to go first?
You can go ahead and then I'll follow after you.
Sure, no problem. So on the question with regards to if I had something else in mind, I did. I had mechanical engineering in mind, and that's because of my dad. So because he was going into that field, I wanted to pursue the same thing because that's all the books that he had. And I tried to read them. I didn't understand much, but, you know, it seemed like a very good field to go in. But when I got introduced to the GIS Day and being part of that team that won the map competition, that stirred that interest for me in GIS. So I have to thank GIS Day for that. So from there on, that is what would have helped me to start to pursue going into doing the land surveying and GIS degree. However, I also developed a passion for, you know, having computer skills, like building a website. It's a very simple website. Back then, they didn't look anything like what they look like now. They're mostly just text and some pictures that was on the browser. They didn't look as nice and, you know, visually pleasing as they would look now. So you just need to go in and understand how HTML works and so forth. But because I had that passion in mind, while going through the different career paths in GIS, from a geospatial analyst at both Geotech Vision and at NWC, I started to look at ways in which I could use software development or computer science per se to automate things. So in analyzing data, you can automate a lot of processes. So you have languages such as Python that you can use to comb through the data and actually extract information from that data. You can use JavaScript, which you utilize on the web, that you can take that data now and manipulate it in such a way that you can present meaningful information that is not static, but information that is interesting, that is moving, that can provide you with ways in which you can analyze the data to be able to utilize it to solve different problems. Now, when it comes on to and then from there on, from NWC, I would have moved on to Real Liquid, where I really dived deeper into the software development aspect, wherein I did a lot of integration. So I would take data from different databases or data stores that weren't integrated with any other systems. And you'd use like a technology called FME, feature manipulation engine, that you would take to connect all of that data together and then apply that to like a web application or a desktop application. And then you can present the information, you can study that data and get solutions from that data. Now, in terms of trends that I see in the future, we see that technology is increasing. Robert has touched on it, where he was using a handheld device, a very cumbersome device, maybe a Trimble or something like that with an ArcPad application on it. Now we're moving to the era where we have everything on our phone. We have different sensors, Bluetooth sensors, GPS sensors, gyroscope sensors for tilting, movement, all of that we have in just one device that we can capture. We have seen where even Apple have developed a product where they have LiDAR sensors inside of a phone that you can scan your entire room, pick that room and create a 3D model of that room that you can put on a map to do various different types of analysis in terms of there's this thing that you call 3D cadastre, where rather than having just one house on a particular lot, we're looking at analyzing data at different levels, apartment buildings. How do you represent that? That's where a 3D cadastre would come into play. So as technology increases, the way in which we utilize GIS data will evolve as well, moving into a more digital way of utilizing data, wherein we don't even have to go out in the field sometimes. We still have to go there, but not all the time, to be able to collect data because of the amount of data that already exists on the internet that we can leverage and utilize. Another thing that we can look into is augmented reality. Augmented reality comes into play where we take digital assets and superimpose that in our reality through a digital camera, and that can provide information for you. Google has already done something similar to that, where you can hold up your camera on Google Maps and it can show you the direction from a pictorial standpoint as to where to go. Rather than looking at the map itself, you're looking at reality and you're seeing the direction as to where to go. You have up-head displays that are on cars that you can utilize from an augmented reality standpoint. So,
the University of the West Indies came at the time I was doing, so I went to Hampton. I did a sixth form at Monroe, because we share sixth form. And then the university came to speak about some of the courses that they have. I initially wanted to do aeronautical engineering, but being a girl from St. Elizabeth and my parents, they weren't able to afford that kind of education for me. And I didn't get any scholarships or anything like that. I looked at the courses that the university provided at the time, and I was a bit interested in the course about geomatics. So I asked about it, and they told me what it was about, the aspects of land surveying and like geospatial, the geospatial aspect of it. And so I did apply, I got through, and I went there, and I fell in love. I fell in love with the field. What I can say though is that with GIS, what you put in is what you get out, and I practically live by that, right? And so, of course, if you want good results, you have to work hard. It's time consuming, as our colleagues mentioned earlier. And so you really have to put in the work. At the end of the day, as it relates to the trends though, I believe that by the time you're to complete your studies and get to a point where you're now in the working world, I believe technology would advance in such a way where persons or businesses will be using GIS in all aspects, in terms of operations, in terms of increasing productivity and all of that. So I believe even companies that are currently not using GIS will find some way to incorporate GIS in their day-to-day activities in order to achieve their goals or solve the problems or the challenges that they're having. I also believe that you heard the minister mention the rural-urban migration. We are now getting to a point where if we don't plan properly, we'll have what is known as decapitalized urbanization, or urbanism, where we are unable to provide all the relevant resources that we need to provide for all of the people within one space. So it is important that GIS is applied in all of these areas in terms of helping with urbanism, etc. And so I believe by the time you get here, there will be jobs available for you, because in order for us to achieve all our goals as a country, nation, even internationally, GIS is very important. And I think it will be applied in all aspects of life.
Thank you so much, Cherise, Sheldon. All right, I just wanted to ask one last question before wrap up. So it was on my mind earlier, and so I wanted to ask. So I know that a lot of students are in remote learning now. Thank God for the vaccine, so that more people can go back to some face-to-face experience. But I just want you guys to weigh in on remote working, because I know a lot of people they don't like the remote setup. They prefer interactions and so on. So I just wanted to just briefly comment on how that has been for you through the pandemic, and then we'll close the session. Oh, sorry, anybody can go first.
All right, I'll just pick up on that, since based on the previous question as well, it might flow into this. In terms of trends, right, that's one of the things I would have highlighted, that remote working is really part of the future. Even before COVID, working with international companies, because I worked with one in Germany, Here Technologies, which is affiliated to a lot of those big commercial vehicles as well, too, where we're tracking them, tracking traffic flows and making different decisions and planning. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, data mining, geostatistics, all of these things I was involved in, along with all of this requiring programming and coding. You can do this from anywhere in the world. And so I already was on that bandwagon of remote working, until coming back to Jamaica, it felt a little archaic. Oh, I have to be back with someone over me. If they don't see me, then I'm not doing work, which is really not true. It is a huge adjustment. And I think the real issue is the fact that we just don't have the practical resources, from the internet bandwidth to storage, the electronic devices, accessibility, affordability, and also having the space. We take it for granted that persons even have a vehicle to have a meeting like this, or in an office space or a space at home that's dedicated and private and quiet to focus, you know. And also our electricity bill is very expensive, JPS. So all of these other factors are really, I think, the issues that we're having, not so much the fact that we're not working around people, because yes, we do need the physical interaction, but the reality is, especially if you want jobs, especially if you want to progress in your career, you have to be open to the fact that you can connect with persons all around the world. If I have a problem with something, I can probably call someone in India or a colleague in Spain. And that's also some pros to it. So there are many, many cons, I've listed it, but the pros is the integration around the world of like minds, different perspectives, and getting things done. You no longer have to wait for me to reach to have a meeting or to research or discuss something. It's at your fingertips. I just think that affordability, accessibility, the equity across all sectors and areas of society is what needs to be there, with the right implemented resources and so on, for persons to really benefit from remote working.
Thank you, Tammy. Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
I guess I'll weigh in, being that currently Real Deploy, we're a fully distributed team, so we all work remotely. Before COVID, we had a culture where we'd work from home part-time as well. There are some persons who would work full-time from home. Distributed, meaning that we have offices in Canada, we have persons working in the US too as well. So in terms of our collaboration and working, we've always done it remotely, and we've already had the infrastructure for doing that. We're a software development company and consulting within that space. So a lot of the work that we do is from an electronic standpoint. So as Tammy had mentioned, once we have the resources, the space to do it, then that provides that availability to be able to do it. Not saying that it doesn't come without its challenges, because it does, because mental health can play a factor into it. Because we have to also have a balanced approach, because even though remote work is good and it can help you to get a lot done within the time, because it cuts out time to travel and all of that, and you would be able to live probably in a more economically friendly area than if it is that you have to commute to work from a particular distance. However, having that interaction from a collaboration standpoint can also be important. So maybe it is that a hybrid approach can be taken, where it is that persons can have time when they can come into the office, or it doesn't even have to be an office, it can just be a space that persons can meet together. And then at other times, you can work remotely, because that mental health plays a lot. You could be at home, and because you're not interacting with persons, you're not able to share those things with persons. You have to keep that in, bottle that in, and that can be a problem. And sometimes you don't realize it until you have a mental breakdown. So you have to be also careful and cognizant of that. So yeah, we do see in the future that remote work will continue to increase, especially the shock that we got from COVID, where we had to do that whole digital transformation over a year, digitize a lot of paper-based stuff in order to meet those requirements to have persons to still have a job, because lots of persons lost their jobs because they weren't able to physically go to those places. So a hybrid approach, I think, is a good one, ensuring that your staff is comfortable, right? Listen to your staff as well, so that you can take their feedback in order to help to build that future in the working environment. And then that way, we may not have that cancel culture, because COVID played a big part in that cancel culture as well. So, we need to bear that in mind. So that's my take on it.
Thanks, Sheldon. Ms. James, you look like you wanted to say something.
Well, what I would add to that is the GIS in itself. You can set up systems where everybody can interact in a central database. So you don't have to be at a physical location in order to interact with that database and to get the job done. There are other aspects in terms of crowdsourcing, where we can get persons from different areas, doesn't have to be in the country, to contribute data based on the tools that you will set up. I personally would have interacted with persons who are in other countries to develop different tools for land regularization, GIS, project management, etc. So the possibilities are endless as it relates to the field of GIS. That's what I'd add.
Thank you. All right. We've gone a little bit over the time, and so I think we have to stop at this point. So I just want to thank our panelists. I want to thank Ms. Cherise James, Director for Community Development and Planning at the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change. Dr. Robert Kinlock, Lecturer at Department of Geography and Geology at the University of the West Indies. Ms. Tammy Palmer, Environmental Officer, Jamaica Social Investment Fund. And Mr. Sheldon Small, Technical Consultant, GIS Developer at Real Decoy. Thank you guys so much. I will turn back over to Ms. Lloyd for her to continue move to the next component. I think we break, but she will direct you on that. Thanks again, panelists, and thanks students for participating and for putting your questions in the chat and for listening. Thank you again.
Thanks, Walter. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you so much, Mr. Williams, for guiding us through that session. Thank you so much to our GeoTalk speakers, Ms. James, Ms. Palmer, Mr. Small, and Dr. Kinlaw. At this time, we're going to take a brief break, very brief break. Well, it's going to be 10 minutes based on where we're at. Let's see, 10, 15. Okay, so short breaks about 11:45. So 11:45 is 20 minutes. Yes. So shortly, let's join back. Please do not log out. Please stick and stay. If you need to go and get anything, please go and come back. We have an exciting GISB competition up. We'll be having the following schools competing: representative from Camperdown High, Convent of Mercy Academy High, also Bustamante High School, Womas Trust High School for Girls. So those are the 4 schools that will be competing in the GISB competition this year. Usually, we would have 10 and more schools competing, but given the whole COVID-19 situation, what's happening in terms of virtual learning and us having this event, we have a reduced number, but we're so excited that these schools decided to still be a part of this competition. And so we look forward to hearing them share, yes, their knowledge as we challenge them with respect to questions in relation to Jamaica geography, Caribbean geography, world geography, and of course, geographic information systems. So in the next few minutes, so at exactly 11:45, we'll be starting back. And with that, so short break. And by 11:45, we'll be starting back. And at 11:45, we'll start back with the GISB competition, which will be led by our quiz master, Ms. Farah Christian, who is a geography lecturer at the Shortwood Teachers College. And with her, we'll be joined by judges, esteemed judges who have a wealth of background and experience where geography is concerned. So please do not go anywhere. Just leave your phones logged in, leave your computers logged in. Just go for some water, a quick break, and come back by 11:45. So in the next 15 and 17 minutes, we'll start back. All right? So thank you so much for joining us, and we'll start back shortly. 11:45. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson. I am hearing you. I'm hearing you, Mr. Wilson.
Last year, my husband and I were seriously looking for a house to buy. We searched the Gleaner, we searched every website, we searched the NHD website, and we didn't have any savings. And we have a loan obligation, and being pregnant at the time, we were very nervous.
We actually had to wait until we found something in our price range, and we got the NAC checklist. It actually helped us a lot because they gave us all the things that we needed, the documents that we needed to take in, and they actually gave us access to our NHG contribution, which actually helped us to offset the deposit that we needed to down pay on the home. And when we got all our documents together, we got ready for the NHT loan
interview. Right. And when we spoke to the NHD officer at the end of the interview, she said, "Congratulations." We were excited, we were overjoyed, we were relieved.
This is actually a testimony for us, and we like to encourage people that we know and you, telling others that they can become homeowners as well. I am Kashif Blackwood.
And I'm Latoya Sams Blackwood. And this is the way we chose to buy our house through the open market. Thank you. Last year, my husband and I were seriously looking for a house to buy. We searched the Gleaner, we searched every website, we searched the NHD website, and we didn't have any savings. And we have a loan obligation, and being pregnant at the time, we were very nervous.
We actually had to wait until we found something in our price range, and we got the NAC checklist. It actually helped us a lot because they gave us all the things that we needed, the documents that we needed to take in, and they actually gave us access to our NHG contribution, which actually helped us to offset the deposit that we needed to down pay on the home. And when we got all our documents together, we got ready for the NHT loan
interview. Right. And when we spoke to the NHD officer at the end of the interview, she said, "Congratulations."
So I'm about to take you on our journey as to how we acquire our dream home. So basically I started from living in a 12 by 12 ply room.
Hi Orlando.
Whenever it rained, I had to go outside to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. It was really tough. So I lived there for like 13 years. My family was growing. I decided that I have to save up some money to buy a piece of land. I did so. Buy the piece of land. I want to build my house now. But when I look back and where I'm coming from, spending 13 to 14 years of my life living in discomfort, knowing that if I start the house small by making like 2 room or a 1 room, I'll be living the same life. Possibly I might spend like about 15 to 20 years to basically bring my dream home to reality. Then
Technical team, can you confirm if you're able to hear me, please?
I was suggesting it to my boss, talking to him about my discomfort, and then he said to me that I should go to the NHT.
Yes, Miss Lloyd, I can.
So after I went to NHT now,
all right,
I did
wonderful.
all that is required.
Thank
after
you so much.
submitting my plan, they told me 6 months.
So thank you all for sticking and staying with us. We hope that you were able to refresh yourselves during that very short break. So as we continue our National GIS Day Exposition for Jamaica, as per our agenda or program for the day, we will now proceed to the competition section. The first competition of which we'll be having will be the GISD competition, and this competition will be led by Ms. Farah Christian as the quiz master, and she's geography lecturer from the Shorter Teachers College. She will be joined by Ms. Sharika Hussey, education officer from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, and by Ms. LaJoy Edgehill, geography lecturer from Bethlehem Teachers College. So we'll be having 4 representatives who'll be competing, and the schools are as follows: Camperdown High, Convent of Mercy Academy Alpha, Bustamante High School, and Wolmer's Trust High School for Girls. Those are the schools that will be competing. Miss Christian, are you ready?
Morning, Miss Lloyd. Good morning, audience. Yes. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, hearing you clearly. Miss Hussey and Miss Edgehill.
Yeah, morning. My name is Sharika Hussey from the Ministry of Education.
Okay, welcome, Miss Hussey. Miss Edgehill, are you with us?
Good morning. I am present, LaJoy Edgel from Bethlehem Moravian College.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. And our students, just double checking out our students are with us. From Camperdown High School, we should have Ashanti Nelson. Are you with us, Ashanti? Ashanti, are you with us? Checking. We should also have Dacian Walker from the Convent of Mercy Academy Alpha. Yes, Dacian is with us. Welcome. Thank you. We should have Omar White from the Bustamante High School. Omar, are you on with us? Omar. And we should also have Demika Monroe from Woolmer's Trust High School for Girls. Demika. Checking for Demika, also for Omar. Demika. And Omar. Okay, while we wait on them, I'm gonna hand over to Miss Christian, who will guide us through what would be the rules for this competition. And then we'll do a double check to check for the additional contestants or candidates, and then we'll officially start. Handing over to you, Miss Christian, please guide us through what are the rules for this competition.
Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I am seeing Dacian. However, I am not seeing Ashanti Nelson. Is she here? Is she on camera?
Good morning.
I'm here. Okay. I'm still not seeing her. I'm hearing her, but not seeing her. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this 19th staging of the annual GIS Day activities, and welcome to the Geography B. For this morning, the rules that would have been emailed to you have been modified a little bit because we only have a small number of entrants or candidates rather. So providing that the other two candidates join us for this session, the rules are as follows. There will be 3 rounds of questioning. Round 1 will be related to questions related to the geography of Jamaica and geography of the Caribbean. Each candidate will be asked 10 questions. At the end of this round, and the scores have been tallied, the candidate with the lowest score will be eliminated. Then we will move on to round 2, which will have questions related to world geography and questions related to physical and human geography. So this is where your geography content and background will come into play greatly in terms of your knowledge of the various topics in the syllabus. Again, each candidate will be asked 10 questions and your scores will be accumulated, which means that your scores from round 1 will be brought forward and added to the scores that you get in the round 2. At the end of round 2, again, the candidate with the lowest score will be eliminated. And then the last 2 candidates will move on to round 3. In round 3, you will be asked questions related to geography to GIS, Geographic Information Systems. And at the end of this, your accumulative scores will tell us who the winner is. You are expected to keep your camera on at all times. We're expecting that you will not receive any kind of assistance from anyone. If you did not hear a question clearly, you can ask for it to be repeated. In the end, though, the judges will decide whether an answer that you gave is acceptable or not. So during the questioning, if you give an answer and I say it is correct or incorrect, the judges are in the background to double check on that, and then we will have a discussion at the end and the scores will be finalized. Okay, Ms. Lloyd, are we still waiting on the others to join us?
Yes, we were, but I think in the interest of time, we will need to start. If we start, however, we will not be able to accommodate any additional entrance to the competition because it would be unfair to those who are online.
Okay, so on that note then, what it means is that if we only have 2 candidates, then we will ask each candidate as the series of questions from all the different rounds, and then whomever comes out with the highest score at the end will be declared the winner. This would mean that there won't be any elimination at the end of the various rounds. Is that, are we in agreement?
Yes, in agreement. Are the candidates clear as to what is being, as to the rules? Let's ask that.
Excuse me?
Did you understand what was just said?
Yes, I did. I'm asking if I can like have a pen and a pencil to like write down as I say along the answer.
That is fine, yes.
Okay.
Whatever works for you. Okay, so just to repeat, since we only have Ashanti and Dacian, what we will do is we will ask the series of questions from the 3 rounds, 10 questions to each candidate, and then at the end, the candidate who has the highest score will be declared the winner. So ladies, I want to wish you all the best. Congratulations on entering. Not many persons are brave enough to. So I want to congratulate you in that context, and I wish you all the best. And I think maybe for the most part, if you can, I would advise you to keep your microphones on so that you're not delayed in trying to respond to the questions by trying to mute and unmute your microphone. So if you are sure that your background is okay and you can keep your microphones on, I would advise you to do that. Okay then. Ashanti? You went off camera. Okay then. So now that we are back and we're all set and ready, so we're beginning with Miss Ashanti Nelson from Camperdown High School, and that's the order in which we will go from here on. So our first question to Ashanti is, based on the geography of Jamaica, which parish is home to the longest river in Jamaica?
That will be St. Elizabeth.
Okay, I'm sorry though, that is incorrect. The question to Dacian is actually a follow-up to that question. What is the name of the longest river in Jamaica?
Riamino.
That is correct. Ashanti, in which parish can we locate the Dolphin Head Mountains?
St. Anne.
No, the answer to that would be Hanover. Dacian, in which parish can we find the community of Mayday?
Repeat the last thing, what you said?
In which parish can we find the community of Mayday?
Manchester?
That is correct. Ashanti, true or false? Kingston receives less rainfall because of its location.
True.
Correct. Dacian, describe one feature of Jamaica's climate between the months of March and June. One feature during that time of the year, it's that we have drought conditions or dry conditions. So I leave that question to the judges to decide if your answer is acceptable. Okay? Oh, so this next question now is for Ashanti. Identify one natural hazard that Jamaica experiences due to extensive faulting. One natural hazard that we're prone to due to extensive faulting.
Earthquake.
That is correct. Dacian, in which parish is the Queen of Spain Valley located?
Queen of Spain. St. Elizabeth?
The answer would be Trelawney. And I think this is our last question from the category of Geography of Jamaica. Large areas of land, a large area of flat land on which agriculture and settlement and industries take place, formed by the Rio Minho. What is the name of that large area of flat land on which agriculture, settlement, and industries take place, formed by the Rio Minho?
It's a floodplain.
It would be a flat plain, but we're actually looking for the Ver Plains. That's the name of it. Okay. All right. So 5 questions on the geography of Jamaica for each candidate. And we're now going to ask you 5 questions each on the geography of the Caribbean.
Ms. Christian?
Yes.
Pardon the interruption, but we're going to ask if students to leave their mics open so that we can check and verify that they're not being assisted verbally in providing their responses. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lloyd. So moving on to geography of the Caribbean, the Pacaraima Mountains. In which CARICOM country can the Pacaraima Mountains be found? And this is for Ashanti.
Cuba.
So that would be Guyana. Dacian, name the tectonic plate that is found to the west of the Caribbean plate.
This I'll pass.
Okay. Since she's passing, Ashanti, do you want to try?
That's the Cocos Plate.
Okay, then yes. So So this next question goes to Ashanti. Name a weather system that affects the Northern Caribbean between December and February each year. A weather system that affects the Northern Caribbean between December and February each year.
Cold front.
A cold front, correct. Dacian, true or false? The Mount Pelée volcano can be found in St. Vincent. Okay, pass. Dacian, do you want to try?
I'll try, but no, never mind. No,
okay, then. Remember, you're not going to lose any points. So if you have something in mind, it might just be correct. The name of the underwater volcano off the coast of Grenada is Kikemjeni. Yes. Oh.
I thought it was on land.
Okay. So next question now, this goes to Dacian, since the Kikemjeni question was actually for Ashanti, who passed it. Name the CARICOM mainland country located in Latin or Central America. Which CARICOM country is found? CARICOM mainland country is found in Latin America or Central America.
Belize?
That is correct. Ashanti? Which Caribbean countries comprise the island of Hispaniola?
That is Haiti and the Dominican Republic.
Okay, very good. Dacian, which tectonic plate is the Caribbean plate found south of? No, that's not, let me rephrase that. Name the Caribbean plate. Excuse me, sorry about that. What is the name of the Caribbean plate? What is the name of the tectonic plate of which the Caribbean is located south?
Nazca?
No, that would be the North American plate. Ashanti, this is your last question now in this round. State the name of the Caribbean plate. State the name of the Caribbean country that has been recorded as having the highest rate of deforestation in the region. The name of the Caribbean country that has been recorded as having the highest rate of deforestation in the region.
Jamaica?
No, it's not Jamaica. It's actually Haiti. And this is the last question now for Dacian. Name the type of plate margin found along the eastern boundary of the Caribbean plate. The type of plate margin found along the eastern boundary of the Caribbean plate.
Miss the they call it again? Divergent?
Actually, it's a convergent plate margin. Okay, so students, we have gone through 10 questions for each of you. based on the geography of Jamaica and the geography of the Caribbean. So I'm just going to take a short little break, check with the judges to see where your scores are before we move on to the next round. So you can use it to just gather yourselves a little bit, and then we will begin. Keep your cameras on. It should not take more than 2 minutes for me to get the scores, okay?
Miss Christian,
yes,
we're
Miss Lloyd.
confirming 5 each for Shanti, 5 for Dacian.
Okay, then. Thank you, Miss Lloyd.
Welcome.
Do we have any report on that question that I passed off to the judges to determine
Yes.
whether?
The
Okay.
judges confirmed that they would have accepted Dacian's response with regards to humidity.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, so congratulations, ladies, you're doing well so far. So this now will take us to round 2, where we will be looking at world geography and general physical and human geography questions. Okay. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, so beginning with world geography. The highest recorded temperature on Earth was detected in this South American desert. The highest recorded temperature on Earth was detected in this South American desert. What is the name of this desert? And this goes for Ashanti.
Atacama Desert?
That is correct. Dacian, which desert is the largest in the world?
The Sahara Desert?
The Sahara Desert, that is correct. Ashanti, which of the following mountain ranges can be found in Europe? The Alps, the Andes Mountains, the Rockies, or the Rocky Mountains?
The Alps mountain range.
Repeat, please.
The Alps.
The Alps, that is correct. Dacian, on which continent can we find the Gobi Desert?
Africa?
That would be Asia. Ashanti, what is the name of the archipelago found immediately north of Australia? What is the name of the archipelago found immediately north of Australia?
The Philippines Islands?
Repeat, please.
Philippines Islands.
The Philippines. Okay, I have here Indonesia. So I'm going to just ask the judges to check on that if they'll accept the Philippines. Okay. Dacian, this is your question. In which country can we find the wheat prairies? In which, right, wheat.
Prairie.
Prairies.
Europe.
No, that would be Canada. Right. Ashanti, name the largest country in Latin or Central America. The largest country in Latin or Central America.
That would be Mexico.
That is correct. Dacian, in which country can we find the Appalachian Mountains?
Appalachian. Random guess. North America.
Well, it's actually the United States. North America would be the continent, but the question asked for which country. So it would be incorrect. So Ashanti, this is your last question now. The Southern Ocean can be found directly north of which continent?
The Antarctica.
Antarctica, that is correct. And Dacian, Mount Everest is a peak found in which mountain range? Mount Everest is a peak found in which mountain range?
Mountain range. The Himalayas.
That is correct. Okay, so that covers all the questions from World Geography section, and we will move on now to Physical and Human Geography. Ashanti, what is the name of the imaginary vertical lines on a topographical map?
Lines of longitude.
That would be eastings. You're looking now at your topographical maps. Dacian, which of the following is not considered a feature of karst landscapes? Which feature is not considered a feature of karst landscapes? Dolines, uvalas, sills, dry valleys.
You can repeat the options again?
Dolines, uvalas, sills, dry valleys.
Dry valleys?
It would actually be sill. A sill is a volcanic feature. Ashanti, which of the following is not a greenhouse gas? Which of the following is not a greenhouse gas? Carbon dioxide, water vapor, oxygen, methane.
That would be water vapor.
The answer is actually oxygen. Dacian, what is the term used to describe the change in the physical size of an urban area? What is the term used to describe the change in the physical size of an urban area?
Pass.
Okay, Ashanti, do you want to try?
Expansion.
It's actually urban growth. That is the term used. Ashanti, this question is for you. What is the term used to describe the phenomenon or process in which there is an increase in the proportion of the population living in urban areas? What is the term used to describe the phenomenon or process in which there is an increase in the proportion of the population living in urban areas?
That would be urbanization.
Okay, that is correct. Dacian, what is the name of the statistical diagram used to illustrate the proportion of males and females in a population based on age categories? What is the name of the statistical diagram used to illustrate the proportion of males and females in a population based on age categories?
Mr. Population Pyramid?
Yes, that is correct. Ashanti, which of the following is a coastal landform formed by deposition? Which of the following coastal landforms was formed by deposition? Notch, spit, stack, lagoon.
That would be a spit.
That is correct. Dacian, which of the following coastal landforms is formed by erosion? Bar, cave, beach, tombolo.
Wait, repeat what I said the last one?
Tombolo.
Cave.
That is correct. Ashanti, this is your last question for this round. What is a term used for the regular rise and fall of the water level in the ocean caused by the gravitational pull of the sun and the moon on the earth?
Tide.
Repeat, please.
Tide.
Okay, that is correct. And Dacian, this is your last question for this round. What is a term or the name for the heat energy from within the earth that can be used to generate electricity? Heat energy from within the earth that can be used to generate electricity.
Geothermal.
Geothermal energy, that is correct. Okay, again, ladies, good job so far on answering the questions in this round. We will just take a short break again and let the judges tell us where the scores are. And then we will move on to the final round. Ms. Lloyd, as soon as you have those scores, could you announce them for us, please?
Noted, Ms. Christian, coming. Ms. Christian, just to clarify, was a question with respect to the Appalachian Mountain, is that correct?
No, it's a question in relation to the archipelago north of Australia. We have as our answer Indonesia. However, I think it's Dacian. I'm not sure which candidate it was. Said Philippines. Right.
Okay. There was an earlier question though about the Appalachian Mountains. And when we checked that it actually occurs both in Canada and the USA, and I think the response was for the USA.
North America.
She said
North America.
Right.
Yeah, which would be correct, given the fact that it straddles both Canada and the USA.
I guess you accept that, yes.
Yes, so we would need to accept that response for her. All right, we're checking on the others coming. Ms. Christian, so we're noting that Dacian is at 11 and Ashanti is at 13. So 11 for Dacia, 13 for Ashanti. All
Okay,
right?
then. Thank you, Ms. Lloyd.
Okay.
Okay, ladies. So you understand now where you are. You are going to be asked 10 more questions each. These questions, however, are all related to GIS, right? So we will begin again with Ashanti. What does the acronym or abbreviation GPS stand for?
That's Global Positioning System.
Okay, that is correct. Dacian, what does the acronym GISEP, G-I-S-S-E-P stand for? GISEP, G-I-S-S-E-P.
Pass.
Ashanti, do you want to try?
That would be GIS in Schools Educational Program.
That is correct. Ashanti, this question goes for you. What is a name given to any data related to the Earth's surface and that has specific geographical coordinates? Any data related to the Earth's surface that has geographical coordinates. That would be spatial data. Spatial data. Dacian, what is the name given to the process or act of collecting data about features on the Earth's surface without coming into direct contact with that feature? What is the process or act of collecting data about any feature on the Earth's surface without coming into direct contact with that feature?
This is just, I guess, Miss, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, Ashanti, do you want to try?
Remote data collection.
It's actually remote sensing, and I think we can accept that. So not coming into direct contact means that it is done remotely. This question also for Ashanti. How many satellites are there that, how many satellites are actively used at any one time in the global positioning system? How many satellites are actively used at any one time in the global positioning system?
One.
Actually 24. So when you turn on your GPS on your phone or Google Maps or anything like that, there are actually 24 satellites actively working to give that information to you. Dacian, state any three ways, one of any three ways in which spatial data may be represented on a map.
Dot.
Repeat, please.
It's dot.
Actually, it's point. So I'm going to pass off to the judges for them to tell us if they'll accept that. So the three ways in which data can be represented on a map, either as a point, as a line, or as a polygon. So I'll let the judges decide if they'll accept that. Ashanti?
Miss Christian?
Yes.
Yes, we can accept that.
Okay, then.
It's
All
really
right.
fun, but we can accept that. We'll go with it.
Okay, then. Thank you, Miss Lloyd. Okay, so Ashanti, state whether the following item or feature would best be represented as a point, as a line, or as a polygon on a map. State whether the following items or feature would be best represented as a point, as a line, or as a polygon. A telephone pole.
Point.
As a point, that is correct. Dacian, pond. How would the pond best be represented on a map? As a point, as a line, or as a polygon?
A polygon.
That is correct. And Dacian, a cellular site or a cell phone site. How would it best be represented on a map? Point, line, or polygon?
Line.
Who responded just now?
Dacian.
No, this question was for Ashanti.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Okay, we'll have to scrap that question. So Ashanti, a railway line would be best represented on a map as a point, line, or polygon. Which one of those? As a line. Okay. And Dacian, what is the name of the instrument used to give the precise location of places? What is the name of the handheld instrument used to give the precise location of places?
Pass.
Okay, Ashanti, do you want to try?
That would be a compass.
No, in this sense, since we're dealing with GIS, it would be a GPS receiver or a global positioning system receiver. Okay, so we have 5 more questions to go for each of the candidates. Ashanti, this question is for you, since the question was passed by Dacian. What is the name of the process of assigning digital coordinates by tracing over hard copies of documents? What is the process of assigning digital coordinates by tracing over hard copies of documents?
Digitization.
Digitizing, and I think we can accept it.
Confirming yes, Miss Christian.
Okay, then, thank you. Dacian, name an instrument or equipment that can be used to acquire remote sensing data. An instrument or an equipment that can be used to acquire remote sensing data.
GPS?
Actually, either a satellite or an aircraft.
Or we could have added a drone or an unmanned aerial vehicle to that.
Okay, drone. Okay. Next question is for Ashanti. What is the name of data presented in the form of tables? What is the name given to data presented in the form of tables?
A database.
No, that would not be it. So the data would be contained in a database, but the data would be either called an attribute data or a non-spatial data or aspatial data. Dacian, what is the name given to models used to represent elevation on a surface plane as a 3-dimensional surface? What is the name given to models used to represent elevation on a plane surface as a 3-dimensional surface?
A digital elevation.
Actually, it is called TINS, TINS, triangulated irregular network. We're coming to the end. We have 3 more questions to go for each person. Ashanti, name the 4 basic parts of a GIS package. Name the 4 basic parts of a GIS package.
Pass.
Dacian, do you want to try?
Repeat what you said, Miss.
Name the 4 basic parts of a GIS package.
Pass.
Okay, then. So the 4 basic parts of a GIS package, you have to have hardware, and then you have software, you have to have geographic data, and you have to have a user. So the 4 basic parts are the hardware, the software, the geographic data, and then you need to have a user. So since Ashanti passed on that question, this question is for Dacian. Name one function of GIS. One function of GIS.
So Mr. Help with like to help educate people about like, for example, disaster preparedness, teach them about the geography based in general. Geography based in general.
Okay, I'm going to pass that to the judges for them to decide if they'll accept the answer. But some of the things that you can use the GIS to do, you can use it for mapping, to create maps, to analyze data, manipulate tables, create charts and graphs, and producing layouts. So I'll let the judges decide on that answer. That now takes us to our last question for each of you. So we're coming to the end. So Ashanti, what is the name given to a public record or map showing the value, extent, and ownership of land? What is the name given to a public record or map showing value, extent, and ownership of land?
Land distribution record.
That's actually a very creative answer. But we're actually looking for a cadastre or a cadastral map. So it's cadastre or cadastral map. And the last question for Dacian, what does the acronym CAD stand for? CAD. What does the acronym CAD, CAD stand for?
Computer aided design.
I think we can accept that. We actually have computer aided drafting as our answer, but I think we can accept computer aided design. Okay, ladies, well done. I applaud you for making an attempt, for thinking it through. I like how they said, Miss, let me think about it. And Ashanti, well done. Dacian, well done. So we will just await the report of the judges, and we will hear who the winner is this time around. But I am certain that Simone and her team will ensure that both of you actually get some kind of token or prize just for being brave enough for entering, putting out the effort, and smiling all the way through. All right.
Miss Quizmaster.
Yes, Miss Lloyd.
We have for Ashanti, we have 15 marks. Sorry, for Ashanti, we have 19 marks. Or 19, yeah, she has been awarded 19 marks so far. And for Dacian, we're at 15. So 15 for Dacian, 19 for Ashanti.
Okay, then. Congratulations, Ashanti. Well done. Well played, Dacian. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys again next year. Ensure that your teachers work on developing the GIS in school programs so that you guys can get more familiar with GIS and all of that. It is a very wonderful software to work with and an even more useful skill for you guys to have in this day and age. You can apply it in any career area that you go into. And I love the fact that you're all students of geography. This subject is a passion of mine, and I hope that you have the same passion or develop the same passion as you go along. Congratulations, Ashanti, and well tried and well played again, Dacian. Ms. Lloyd, I turn over to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Christian, our Quizmaster. Congratulations, Ashanti, for being our first place winner, and to Ms. Dacian for second place. The good thing about it is, guess what? Either way we take it, first or second place, we go home with prizes, and we have lots of prizes to give to you. Yes, so special mention as first place, as we said before, all the first place winners for the various competitions will be getting a computer tablet to assist them with their learning process. So we look forward to handing that over to Ashanti, and also to provide all the other prizes, supporting surprises, which will be given to her and also to Dacian. Special mention will be made of the fact that after this event, we'll be having a post-GIS Day award ceremony, where we'll be getting all the students in from the various schools who have participated in the competitions and who are the winners, so that we can officially have a handover ceremony for them and award them their prizes. Of course, given the COVID-19 situation, we would have seen, given our highlights of past GIS days that we would have gone through since morning, that you would have seen that we would have had a huge award ceremony at the end of the day. And with that, the whole handing over of these huge trophies and different medals and plaques and other prizes. However, given COVID, we're not able to do that. And so we have to organize for a post-GIS Day event, during which we'll then award those to the students, the well-deserved students. Thank you so much again, Dacian and Ashanti. You did such a very good job. Even when you were not sure, you were trying, and we could see that you were thinking hard and you were pondering, and then you came up, and we even saw Wendy's and surprised herself 1 or 2 times with your responses that turned out to be correct. So we're very happy that and very proud that you tried, that you registered and that you tried, and that you will be getting your prizes. Big thank you to our judges, that of Miss Sharika Hussey from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, and that of Miss LaJoy Edgehill from the Bethlehem Moravian College. We're very happy that you were able to support Miss Farah Christian from Shorter Teachers College during this competition, and we look forward to partnering with you and for you to provide additional support in the future with respect to the GISB and other geospatial educational initiatives under the GIS and Schools Education Program. So a big thank you. All right. Now, as we continue our agenda, we have the next competition coming up, and we're right on target. At 12:45, we have the treasure hunt competition, and the treasure hunt competition will be led by Mr. Sheldon Small. He's a GIS developer for Real Decor. Real Decor is one of our 3 sponsors for the 19th National GIS Day Exposition in Jamaica. And so we're very happy that Mr. Small, who was a part of our GeoTalks panel, will be joining us and will be guiding us through the treasure hunt competition. And I'm sure, and we would welcome actually for Mr. Small to share with us what would have been the process in creating the treasure hunt competition with respect to the application that would have been used to do it, and that he will be assisting us in terms of us understanding, yes, the procedures with respect to the rules and the guidelines for the competition and how it will be run. At some point, I'm sure Mr. Walter Williams will also be providing support as necessary to assist where the competition is concerned. Sheldon, are you on? Sheldon, are you with us? Mr. Williams, are you with us? I'm checking my. All right, wonderful, thank you. So I'm checking my card and I'm seeing here that for the treasure hunt, we have quite a bit of entries.
So our entrants are as follows. From Holland High School, we have Dalton Knight. From Dalton Knight and Jamelia Hines. From Camperdown High School, we have Ashanti Green and Ricardo Montague. From Mayday High, we have Tyra Houghton and also Amelia Pitter. From the Convent of Mercy, Alpha Academy, we have Natalia Bailey, and we also have Shante Robinson. Woolmer's Trust High School for Girls, we have Nata J, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Sterling, Nata J Sterling. We also have from Oberlin High, Cahill Clark. Cahill Clark. There's also Davon Saunders. From Garvey Maceo, we have Shasia Blake. From Calabar High, Jaheim Davis and Tyrese Dyke. And from Bel Air, we have Rogiano Chambers and Chevon Chenis. So we have 16 registered students from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 schools. So we're hoping that these students are on and I'll be handing over. I'm so happy to see Mr. Williams with us. So I'll be handing over to Mr. Williams as he guides us through the treasure hunt. Over to you, Mr. Williams.
All right, good afternoon. So if you have registered for the treasure hunt, I'm going to put a link in the chat. All right, so there's a link in the chat. Sorry, not yet. To everyone. So only persons who have registered for the treasure hunt can use this link to log in. The login information is going to be, the username is your email address that you have provided to us when you registered. So use that as your username, and your password is your first name initial and then your last name. So for example, if I was logging in, I would use my email address. Then my password would be W Williams, all lowercase. So if you've logged in and we have your email address, use your email address as your username and use your first name initial and then your last name as your password. So the combination of your first initial and I will post the link again. So you just need to click on the link. It will open in your browser and you need to log in. All right.
Can you repeat what you said about? Can you repeat what you said?
Sure. What exactly do you need me to repeat? All right, so let me just start from the top again. If you are signed up for the treasure hunt, you will use the email address that you have provided to us as your username, and then your password is going to be your first name initial. So if your name is John, that's going to be J, common J. And if your last name is Doe, so it's going to be your first name initial, J, and then you type Doe, your entire last name. And this is all in lowercase. So if anybody has been able to log in, please let me know. So I'm gonna call your names, and if you're here, and just please let me know. So Dalton Knight, are you here? No. All right. Jamelia Hines. No. Ashanti Green.
Here.
Okay. Thank you. Ricardo Montague. All right. Tyra Houghton.
Here, sir.
Okay, thank you. Amelia Peter. Natalia
Here, sir.
Bailey. Oh, okay, you're here. That's Amelia. That was Amelia.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Natalia Bailey. Shante Robinson.
Here, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm not sure how this is, so forgive me. A student from Wilmers. Is it Nata J or Nate J? I don't know. Sterling.
All right, so it should be Natija Sterling, but she's unable to come today. So I had another student represent her. Is that okay?
No, because we have to preload them into the application, and we didn't do that. So if we don't have an email address for the person, then we're not going to be able to
No,
add them.
she would be using that. She'll be using the.
Okay, all right. Well, does she have
so
her
it has to
email
be the
address?
first.
Yeah.
Yes,
Because,
she does. So she.
oh, she has it. Okay, then she can use it, I suppose.
Okay. All right.
All right. All right. Khalil Clark.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm not sure what this is, so I'm just gonna say Mr. Saunders or Miss Saunders. I'm not sure.
Here, sir.
All right, cool. Can you pronounce that for me, please?
Davon Saunders.
All right, cool, Devon. Thank you. Shazia Blake.
All right, so sir, Shazia is logging in. She has not yet logged in. So
All
I
right.
don't know if you hopefully she will log in time. All right.
All right. Jaheim Davis. Tyrese Dyke. Rojano Chambers. No. Siobhan Shenis. No. Okay. All right. So for those persons who are on, have you been able to log in successfully? Has anybody at all been
Yes,
able
sir.
to? All right, cool.
Excuse me, good afternoon.
Oh, right. I realize there are some people in the chat. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying
Somebody
that
was saying
lots of
something.
people just logged in, just getting a chance to log on.
Okay.
That's online.
Yeah, man, that's fine. All right,
Excuse me, good afternoon.
So-
Amelia Peter's link is not working, she reported.
Okay. Give
Good
me a second.
afternoon. Kyle Clark
Yeah,
is
I can
also
hear you. Go ahead.
reporting some difficulty logging in.
Okay. Let me just check on that. All right, give me a moment. Sure. Hold on, Jordan. Wait a minute. All right, so just a quick update. Mr. Sheldon Small is going to come on and he is going to help with the technicalities in terms of getting you guys logged in and so on. So what I want to do is I want to explain how the competition works. So there are clues for different locations across Jamaica. So there are 14 locations. And then what will happen is that you'll get the first clue and then you have to figure out the rest. So when I think as you unlock a clue, the other clue becomes open. And then when you read the clue, you have to figure out the location. Now you can copy the clue and paste it in Google if you want. Don't know if you guys know how to use Google Maps, but I'll just do a quick demonstration once you guys are logged in. And you need to get the coordinates of the location that you want. And then you put that into the game and then it will unlock the following clue. So you get the first clue. So if the first clue says big tree in the wilderness, you'll figure what that is. Sorry. I haven't been looking in the chat, so let's take a look real quick. All right. Yeah. So what will happen is that Sheldon, can you just take a look at the chat, please, to see if we can help these particular students with logging in, please?
No problem.
Yeah. All right. So what will happen is that there's a clue associated with each location. You need to use the clue to figure out the place in Jamaica that we're talking about. You need to find that place on Google Maps. Then you need to get a coordinate, a pair of coordinates, and enter them into the game. If the coordinates that you enter are within a particular distance from the location, it will unlock the next clue. Then you have a clue, and you have to figure out the location. Go back to Google Maps, get the location, enter the location in the app, and then it will unlock the next clue. So there are 14 clues, and you have to they're sequential, so you have to unlock one clue in order to get to the next clue. All right. Anybody have any questions? Now is the time to ask.
Sir, for the
Yes.
treasure hunt link, can you resend it, please?
The link?
Yeah.
All right, sure, no problem. Link sent again. All right, so I just want to make sure that everybody is logged in before we start, because I want everybody to have the same advantage. All right, so is everybody logged in? Mr. Sheldon Small has just put the information in. Yes, all in lowercase. So the username is your email address that you have provided to us. Password is your first name initial and last name in common letters, so lowercase.
And sir, can you repeat the password, please?
Yeah, man. First name initial, last name.
Sir, I tried that like 10 times.
Sorry, can you just tell us your name so we can know how to help you?
Jamila Eins.
Okay. Sheldon, you can check on Miss Hines, please.
Yes, I'll just fetch hers and see.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
I've tried that and it's still not working.
Sorry, you have to tell us your name.
Amelia Pitcher.
Okay, so Amelia is having the same problem. Is anybody else having a challenge logging in? Okay, what I'm going to ask you to do is if you are logged in, just even if you have done it already, just let me know that in the chat, please. So if you're in, just type I'm in the chat, please.
All right, so If you had provided your email before, you should not have to register again, because if you register, then we have to activate that account. So please bear that in mind.
Yeah, don't register. Just try and log in. Sheldon, if I'm seeing inactive, that means they've logged in successfully. Oh no, that means they haven't.
Inactive means the account they tried. That means an individual would have registered by themselves.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So what I'm looking to see if an account for that individual was already in the application, but I don't think so. I would have to activate them. I think that's Kayla, which would mean that she would have.
The only persons I'm seeing who are not active. There's just two persons I'm seeing not active. Tyra Houghton and Kyla O'Connor.
Okay, so I'm updating Kayla to be, sorry, I hope that's I'm pronouncing it right, Miss O'Connor, to be inactive. All right, so if she had registered on her phone, then utilize the email address and the password that you would have registered with, and you should be able to log in.
All right, I'm seeing Kyla as active. Miss Houghton, you still having a challenge?
No, sir. Sir, are you seeing my name for active?
All right, I don't know who is talking. I'm not looking at the Zoom
Yeah,
chat. Right,
so Miss Houghton is, if she said that she's in, most of the persons said that they're in. Kayla said she's already in. Anybody else who has not gotten on, just put in the chat again that you haven't been able to log in, and I will test to make sure that you're able to go in. So please add again if you're not able. Okay, so that's Jay Hines. So let me just test Jay Hines and Chevon. I'm just to ensure. Give me a sec, please.
All right, so I'm going in. I'm entering everybody. So hopefully when they come active, you'll see that they're there. And the last one. All right, I think I've added everybody except okay, so somebody from Arden just registered, Miss Henry. Yes, no, maybe so.
Miss Hines, you should be good now. All right, so I'm going to test Miss Peter. So give me a sec.
All right, so I'm going to share my screen and just give you a quick example of how to get a coordinate from Google Maps. All right.
So Miss Peter, you can check again, please, and then let me know if you're able to log in.
You guys see my screen?
reload your page, Miss Hines, because I tested your password a while ago with the email address that you provided and it works on my end. So reload your page and then try and log in again.
All right, can everybody see my screen? Yes, okay, great. All right, so if the clue, the clue was university in Papine, and so that would be UTech. If I want to get a coordinate for UTech, what I do is I can right click and there the coordinates are right there. So I can copy these. Yeah, see, it's copied to the clipboard. And so I have those coordinates and then you can paste them into the application. So really that's basically how it works. So the clue will tell you, will describe a location for you. You have to use the clue now to figure out what that location is. And then once you figure that location out, and you can use Google, you can use anything that will help you. Sheldon, are we doing fastest time or first to finish?
It works with both. So whoever finishes first, all of them, or it works with status. So the person with the most and who reached that most, if you call it that, that's the person that would win. Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. So so it pays to be fast. And so yeah, so basically that's it. I will display a leaderboard that will track how many clues persons have unlocked. I'm going to stop sharing my screen lest I give away.
Miss Tennis, you can, or C Tennis, Siobhan Tennis, sorry. You can check again. Should be able to log in now. Still not able to. All right, let me check yours again. Oh, I see the problem now. That one is on me. All right, you can try again. All right, so okay. Try again, Ms. Peter, and then see. Ms. Peter, did you get me? All right, cool, that's good. So it's just Miss Hines now, and checking to see what could possibly be wrong. All right, Jamelia, could you send me the email that you would have provided? I just want to ensure we both have the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. It's jamelia.hhines510 at moeschools.edu.jm.
Sir, that sounds confusing.
Oh, that's right. All right, how about you post the one, I mean, it's just a game, so post the one that you want me to use, and I'll set that one up so that you can log in successfully.
You want her to register, Sheldon?
No, I don't have to. I just need to edit the user that's there.
Okay.
All right, so I'll just copy this one directly.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. So we have.
All right, so Okay. All right. So there's a typo in there. So it should. Could you just paste back the correct thing, please, so that rather than pasting the update, the full correct email, so that I get everything. All right, no, you've added. All right, no problem.
Yeah, okay, so there are now 2 H's.
So
3
after
H's.
yeah. So that's the thing. I don't want to make assumptions whether it's 2 H's or 1 H.
Is it 3 H's? H Heinz? 2 H. Okay, so it's supposed to be H Heinz. Okay. Yeah, so the one we have is the one with the double H, you know, it's Jamelia .H Heinz 510. That's the one we have.
Oh, I think what probably happens is, yeah. All right, so.
All right, so the other thing that I need to tell you guys is that the treasure hunt is only going to be open for an hour. So,
right, so let's try J Hines and then should be fine.
J Hines as the password?
Yeah, let's try.
Okay.
And by the way, just for everybody else who's listening, only because it's a game, that's why we're mentioning this publicly.
Yeah.
So otherwise, don't ever put out your password in public. Okay, so the game allows for you to see when you solve the clue. So it will progress you automatically to the next question, and you'll see the information showing up on the map. Ms. Hines, have you been able to log in as yet? We just want to confirm so that we can go ahead and start the game.
No, sir.
Maybe it was to be.
This is very hot. Let me test again as I said. Just to make sure. Let's see what is happening.
Mr. Williams, can I ask a question?
Yeah, man, can go ahead.
When I press the link and put in the information, how is the screen supposed to look after that?
Shall I want to take this one?
So currently, what are you seeing? An image?
Yes, I am seeing an image
Yes,
of
so
the world map.
Yeah, so once we enable the game, and we're going to tell all the logged in users to reload their page, then you will see everything that you need to participate in the game. So it's because I haven't started the game, that's why you're not able to see anything else as it. So it's a way to just make everything fair so that everybody starts on the same page at the same time.
Yeah.
All right, so I tested a while ago, the time, I tested this email. So copy that email, and with the J Hines, sorry, actually, I made a mistake. Let me update that. As a matter of fact, just copy that email that I've sent to you and put in J Hines and just work with that channel. And let me know if it worked for you on your
end. So Sheldon, what you have posted is the actual one?
Yeah. So I know there's a typo there because I copied that from the previous one. So
okay,
I'm just saying that's there. So just use that so that we can,
Oh, so I can start. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We have to start at 1:30, the latest. So Miss Hines, I'm sorry if you're not in by 1:30.
We can get her in, man. We can get her in by 1:30.
Just apologize in advance.
Have you tested again with the email that I've copied in, Miss Hines? Please let me know in the chat.
So I think what give me a minute.
Yes. All right, that's good. All right, cool. No. There are 2 other persons joined.
Yeah, but I don't think those were registered persons. You know? I don't have their name on the list.
Okay.
So I think we can go ahead and start without them.
All right, so I'll go ahead and start the game then.
I'm going to share my screen so you guys can see the leaderboard as the game progresses. Do I need to refresh occasionally?
No, I think it should just update automatically.
All right, cool. So let me just do that.
All right, so I think all the users know they can go ahead and reload their view, their browser, and they should be able to see the updated information.
And you guys can start.
Please reload your page. So O'Connor, you're supposed to be seeing a map with the input box and the question. Are you seeing that?
What did you say, sir?
Yeah, so I'm asking if when you have reloaded your page, being that you're logged in now, are you seeing a map and seeing the question, the clue, as well as an input box for latitude, longitude? Because that's what you should be seeing now. So the aim of the game is to utilize the clue, research it on
I see it now, sir.
Yeah. So the aim of the game is to research, to utilize the clue, go on Google Maps, grab the latitude and longitude, paste it in the respective input boxes, and you have to be within 5,000 meters of the location that we've entered in order to be able to progress to the next question. Oh, and Walter, for this scoreboard, you'd have to reload the page to get an update on this. It's on the dashboard that you see the updated info. What I will do is provide you with another login so that we don't give away the answers to the clues. That can show the real-time update. So all players, just remember the game. The game has started.
Yeah, sorry, Sheldon. Stepped away for a brief moment.
Yeah, so I'm going to provide a test login so that person.
Oh wait, somebody gone 5.
Yeah, so I'm going to provide a test login account that persons can see the actual live map and view of the update that's going on without giving away the answers. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm going to paste that in the chat. All right, so that's the link one, and then it's so that's the test email. The password is. All right, so that's for public view. So once you log in with that, you'll be able to see live what's going on. You just
share this screen instead then.
Yeah, you can share that screen. Well, Campadon is moving very fast. You can scroll up a bit so that you can see the map as well.
Wait, you guys on the screen?
Yeah, I can. Scroll up just a little bit so that you can see the map.
I see. How's that?
I haven't seen your screen move. Sorry.
Hold on. It has moved.
Yeah, there we go. So you can see the little avatars on the map moving as things get updated. Wow, wow. Hold on. So what you can do too as well, Walter, if you click on one of the avatars, you can select the person, the specific individual.
Sorry, Sheldon, say again, please.
No, I was just, well, you did exactly what I was asking already. Yeah.
Somebody win already?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I think it's at 89%.
Oh, okay. That's really fast.
Yeah. So don't worry about that 111%. That's a miscalculation on my part. But the scoreboard, if we switch to the scoreboard, eventually then you'll see. But currently Campadon has collected 10. So that's the highest. And Holland High School is at 4. Mayday High School 4. Belair High 2. Calabar High 2. And Oberlin High 1.
Sheldon?
Yeah.
So how can we see the individual stuff?
Oh,
we just have to check it at the end?
So the previous login that you had, you'd have to go to the scoreboard there.
All right, let me do that. Yeah, I can do that because I have it on my phone logged in. It's all right. All right, thank you. Never mind.
Sure, no problem.
So I don't want to go to it on this and then
Yeah,
nobody
yeah.
see.
That's fine. Yeah, so the 111% bug that you see there. So at first I was assuming it was going to only be 10 treasures, but it's 14.
So that means we have a winner then?
No, not as yet. So he's collected 10. Currently, he's in the lead. He's collected 10 out of the 14.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't worry too much about percentage.
Afternoon again, everyone. Thank you for sticking and staying with us. As we are seeing here, Camperdown is leading. Camperdown is leading. Camperdown High School. Then we have Mayday, Holland High, Calabar, Wolmer's Trust High School for Girls, Bel Air High, and Oberlin High. Now, as we watch the playboard, as we watch the students as they compete and they get through the various points of which they need to do for the treasure hunt, we're going to be announcing the winners of the other competitions shortly. So please listen out as those will be coming shortly. So while we watch the treasure hunt competition unfold before us, let's listen to the winners of the other competitions so far. So as a reminder, for the GISB competition, which preceded just before the treasure hunt competition, in first place, we have Ashanti Nelson of Camperdown High School. And in second place, we have Dacian Walker of Mayday High. Moving on to the jingle competition. So the jingle competition is one of those competitions which would have been previously judged before today. And so now we have the results we would have had for that competition, or entries for the jingle competition would have been Convent of Mercy, Alpha Academy, in the form of Kristen Watson, and for Mayday High School, Priscilla Sturridge. Priscilla Sturridge of Mayday, and Kristen Watson of the Convent of Mercy, Alpha Academy. So the winners, so for the jingle competition, the entries, they would have provided a short jingle, recorded jingle, based on the theme, geospatial technologies, navigating the new normal, and given the entries received, they would have been judged by the judges, and these are the results. The team would have been led by Mr. Tariq King, Senior Spatial Data Analyst of the National Spatial Data Management Division. In second place for the jingle competition, we have from the Convent of Mercy Alpha Academy, Kristen Watson. So congratulations, Kristen. You are second place for the jingle. And therefore, in first place for the jingle competition for 2021, we have from Mayday High, Priscilla Sturridge. So congratulations to Priscilla. You are our first place winner for the jingle. And as a reminder, all first place winners from the competitions will be getting computer tablets. My sincerest apologies, Dacian. I don't know why I am misallocating you. You are from Alpha Academy, so apologies for that. You are from Alpha Academy. So in second place for the B, Dacia from Alpha Academy. All right, good. So we've announced the GISB
we've announced the jingle. And so we are now on to the essay competition. For the essay competition, we had the following entries. From Mayday High, we had Tara Horton. And from Donald Quarry High School, we had Jodianne Reed. So Jodianne Reed from Donald Quarry High School and Tara Horton, Mayday High School. So let's see who are the winners or what were the results for the essay competition. So the essay competition would have been led in terms of the judging team by Ms. Nadisha Poiser, Acting Senior GIS Manager and Trainer for the National Spatial Data Management Division. And with that, we would have in second place, and her team would have been assisted by geography teachers, in addition to GIS professionals who would have assisted in judging the essays that would have been entered for the essay competition. And of course, the essay competition would have been gauged on the theme of this year's activities. And in second place for the essay competition, we have Donald Quarry. So Miss Jodianne Reed is our second place winner for the essay competition this year. And in first place, therefore, for the essay competition from Mayday High, we have Tyra Horton. So congratulations, Tyra, on being the first place winner for the essay competition. And in second place, Donald Quarry's Jodianne Reed. Jodianne Reed as the second place. So we've gone through the GISB. We've also gone through the jingle competition and also the essay competition, right? Mayday is coming hard this year. Yes, I see they're picking up different first place wins. So congratulations, Mayday, on leading the charge so far. Let's see how this continues. Next, we're on to the poster competition. So the poster competition is also one of those competitions which would have been prejudged. And for the poster competition, we would have had as our entries Mayday High School again. So Mayday entered the poster competition. And Wolmer's Trust High School for Girls also entered. So from Mayday High, we had Javon Barrett. And from Wolmer's Trust High School for Girls, Jada Ferguson. So Jada Ferguson, Wolmer's Trust High School for Girls, and Javon Barrett, Mayday High. So let's see who are the winners. Who are the winners? So for the poster competition, in second place, the school from National Hero Circle, Wolmer's Trust High School for Girls. So Jada, you are in second place for the poster competition. Second place is Miss Jada Ferguson. And in first place from Mayday, we have Javon Barrett. So congratulations, Javon, on becoming first place winner. So based on the results I'm seeing, so Mayday High has copped first place for poster competition. Mayday High has copped first place for the essay competition and also first place for the jingle competition. Congratulations, Mayday. So Mayday, 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 Mayday. Wow. Congrats, congrats, congrats. Congrats. Now, apart from the school competitions, so the only other school competition of which we're waiting on the results for, of course, is a treasure hunt of which we're all anxiously awaiting the results, of which we're all viewing. So we're seeing that Camperdown High is leading the treasure hunt, followed by Mayday in second position. We're seeing Calabar also. Soon after, so too is Holland High School. Bel-Air High is there, Oberlin, and Wolmer's Trust High School for Girls. All right, so we're anxiously awaiting the results of that. So that will be the last of the school competitions. Now, apart from these school competitions, we also had one competition which was focused on the organizations. So we invited the various organizations to enter the map competition. And the map competition would have been key with respect to the use of geospatial information and technologies, yes, in producing a map, yes, that would explain
what it is and how it is that the theme applies to the particular organization in terms of the work that they're doing or plan to be doing. So for the map competition, we would have had various entries for it. And the entries would have been the National Land Agency, the Urban Development Corporation, and also the Jamaica Defense Forces, GIOC. So the Jamaica Defenses, GIOC, the Urban Development Corporation, and the National Land Agency were the entries for this year's organization-based map competition. So let's see what were the entries, what were the results. So the map competition, the lead of that competition would have been Mr. Ranford Campbell, who would have led a team of geospatial experts from various private sector organizations who would have examined in detail these maps that would have been produced by these organizations that heavily utilize geospatial information and technology. So from the extensive judging process that would have been conducted, we now have the results of which we are able to share with you. So let's see what's happening where the map competition is concerned. Last year for the map competition, the winner of that competition received a drone, and that drone of that year was provided by Spatial Innovation Limited. This year, the map competition for the first place actually for the map competition will be a drone. But this year, the drone is being sponsored by the Land Information Council of Jamaica. So the drone is being sponsored by the Land Information Council of Jamaica, which will assist whoever is the lucky organization to use it with respect to collecting the geospatial information of which they need to support their activities. All right, I'm seeing a request from Chanel. Can we see the map, please? That is such a good request. I'll see if any team member is able to show the map for us. Mr. Campbell, if you're on, is that possible for us to show the winning, well, to show the entries, and then with respect to showing who is the winner? That would be wonderful if that could be facilitated based on the request of which we're seeing in the chat. All right. So in third place, so remember the entries were National Land Agency. There was also the Jamaica Defense Forces, GIOC, and also the Urban Development Corporation. Now, in third place for the map competition, we have the entity that is responsible for supporting our national security, or national security concerns, or borders, yes, and protecting us. And which entity is that? The Jamaica Defense Force. So the JDF's GIOC is the third place winner of this year's map competition. So congratulations on third place, JDF. Congratulations on your third place win. In second place for this year's map competition 2021, we have as the second place winner. Second place, copying second place, we have for this year, the organization that deals with the management of the various crown lands of our island, the National Land Agency. So in second place is the National Land Agency as a winner of the map competition for 2021. So congratulations on second place, NLA. Congratulations on second place. Therefore, so we're seeing being projected on screen the third place winner for the map competition, the Jamaica Defense Force. Their map was States of Emergency, Jamaica's New Normal for Combating Crime.
Yes, the Jamaican government has employed the use of states of public emergency, SOEs, to address the crime problem in Jamaica's top crime terrain areas. The latest declaration of SOEs was announced on the 14th of November 2021 for 7 police divisions. So here we have the submission, the 3rd place winning submission from the Jamaica Defense Force. In second place for the map competition, we have the National Land Agency. The National Land Agency. And that particular entry looked at drone flight zones. All right, could we see the NLA second place, please, before we go to the UDC? Is that possible? Good. So in second place, drone flight zone for Hope Gardens by the National Land Agency. So navigating proposed drone flight zones for the Royal Botanical Hope Gardens, Jamaica, using a grid pattern. All right, so this was a map that was produced by the National Land Agency, and it has copped second place for the Hope Gardens and surrounding areas. So congrats, NLA. And then now we can switch to the Urban Development Corporation's submission and winning. And so for UDC, we're seeing business recovery and continuity. Yeah, so business recovery and continuity. And of course, this is in light of what will be the new normal. Yes, so looking at staff. Yes, looking at staff status with respect to COVID-19 testing, staff welfare, quarantine, isolation, whether persons are vaccinated or not, fully, partially, or they're unvaccinated. Looking at staff, in parishes with high COVID-19 cases. All right, and looking at that in terms of distribution, different from looking at the various major attraction sites of the UDC. All right, different from safety protocols that are being employed at these major attraction sites of the Urban Development Corporation. So we're very pleased that the UDC has been employing the COVID-19 related protocols, and they have been using that, and they've been looking at the current situation in terms of how they've been addressing the new normal, where their staff is concerned, where their facilities are concerned, where their attractions are concerned in terms of making them COVID-19 ready and being able to monitor and manage what is going on. So they have won the first place prize for this year's map competition. So well done, UDC. Congratulations on copying first place for a second time in a row. Yes, and for your additional drone of which you're going to be getting. But this time, this drone will be sponsored by the Land Information Council of Jamaica and the National Spatial Data Management Division. All right. So as a reminder, first place for the GISB, Ashanti Nelson from Camperdown. Second place for the B, Daisy and Walker from Alpha Academy. For the jingle competition, first place from Mayday High, Priscilla Sturridge. And second place for the jingle, Convent of Mercies, Kristen Watson. For the essay competition, in first place, Mayday High, Tyra Horton. In second place, Donald Quarries, Jodie Ann Reed. For the poster competition, in first place, Mayday High's Jevon Barrett. In second place, Women's Trust High School for Girls, Jada Ferguson. So those are our schools, of which we're very proud that these students were able to. So thank you so much for your entries. Thank you so much for your hard work, for competing, yes, and showing us your proudness. So based on what we are seeing here, in first place, we have Camperdown High School trending in first place. In second place, we have Mayday High School trending. In third place, Holland High School, and also Oberlin High. Then we have Bel Air, Calabar, and Woolmer's Trust High School for Girls. All right, so that is what the ranking is looking like. Are we close to finishing? How are we? Are these the final results, or are we still trending?
We're still trending. There's a timer that's there, so there's 20 minutes left.
Okay. All right.
So 20 minutes to complete. And then we know from a school standpoint who is in the lead. So I'm just looking to also get from an individual standpoint as well. So shortly I'll be producing that list as well.
All right, thank you so much, Sheldon, Mr. Small from Real Decor, who is one of our sponsors for this year's event. Yes, they would have been in charge of and sponsored this treasure hunt. They would have developed the application, yes, and are dealing with managing it and monitoring it so that we're able to have the schools compete and then being able to provide the results for us. So we're so happy that they are on board, they've been on board, and that we're able to actually view the results of, well, how it is going in terms of the status of the treasure hunt. Yeah, so this is very exciting. And I must say, I am so loving the various icons that are being used here to denote the various schools. Yeah, as we see how they are ranking as they traverse. As we could have seen above, I think it's 14. Could we go back above, Sheldon? Is it 14 points that they're finding? There are 14 locations and we have 19 players?
Yeah, so there are 14 treasures that's there. What you see in the leaderboard is the combinations for the school.
Okay.
But there are also individual persons that are there. So you know that persons who go to the same school, they'll be working together to move forward as well. So
yes.
Yeah. So it's on an individual and both at a school level.
All right. Okay, good. Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. So we continue to watch the treasure hunt competition. Can we zoom in some more, please, Sheldon, so that we can see it better in terms of the status of the players? And as we wind down.
I think Walter has control over that screen. So
okay. All right. Gotcha. So as we wind down, yes, we anxiously await the results of the treasure hunt competition so that we're able to announce who these winners are. And as stated before, we will be organizing a post-GIS Day event, award ceremony event, during which we will officially hand over the results, the prizes for all of these competitions to the winners. All right. First, second, and third place winners will all be receiving prizes of varying extents. So we are very appreciative. Thank you so much to all teachers who took the time out. Principals, we had principals on this morning. So thank you so much for taking the time to allow your students and your teachers to register. Students, thank you. Teachers, we know that you are busy, you have classes and all of that. So thank you for taking the time out to join and to be a part of today's event. Big thank you to the students who have been on from morning and have been competing in the various activities. We so appreciate your effort. We are hoping that given all the various activities of which we would have had throughout the day, that you have been able to learn and that you have been inspired by the work that has been done by many and by the journey with respect to exploring and coming to various forms in terms of GIS career or geospatial career options. So we're hoping that your questions were answered. We're hoping that with that, you are clearer in terms of what options you have available to you. Persons were asking questions about scholarships, about tertiary institutions to go to, about what were the other career options they were thinking about, what challenges they experienced, and the listing went on. So we're hoping that you were able to get the answers to your questions and that you are clearer with respect to that. We're happy that we were able to all share in the GISB. We had maximum capacity throughout the B here in Zoom. And we had quite a bit of persons on YouTube also joining and watching as we listened to Camperdown High and also Alpha Academy compete with respect to their knowledge of Jamaica geography, Caribbean geography, world geography, and GIS. So we're happy that they were able to do so. And now we are together for the treasure hunt. So as stated before, we look forward to being able to, within the new normal, but as the new normal continues and as things normalize, hopefully, that we'll be able to join together in being back together at the Assembly Hall. Yes, enjoying our own company, enjoying the booths, enjoying the competitions, because there are many other competitions of which we weren't able to have virtually, of which we would love to be able to have again, and then to be able to award you all of those trophies and other prizes. All right, so let's continue to watch as we close out in a next few minutes. By 2:30, it seems we should be good with respect to getting the results of this competition and then being able to announce those and then being able to sign off officially.
So thank you for being on board with us. We appreciate you sticking and staying. Please continue to enjoy watching the results. Over to you, Walter, as you show us the official results so that we can see easily what is happening in terms of the status of the schools. Thank you.
Sheldon, do you have any updates? Or do we still have some time left on the clock?
So we have about 12 minutes left on the clock. So
Afternoon again, while we wait as we watch the treasure hunt unfold. We have received a request. So from time to time, we know that educational institutions, tertiary institutions will have particular courses that focus on internship. There's some of which have internship courses that are mandatory or internship programs that are mandatory, of which students would have to complete in order to be able to successfully complete their programs of study. The National Spatial Data Management Division does take on interns from time to time, and we are very aware that there are many other GOJ, Government of Jamaica organizations, also private sector and otherwise, who do take on interns from time to time. What is key is with the internship program, it gives the opportunity for students, whatever it is that they learn in class, in their courses, in terms of the theory, and whatever practical work that they do, them being given the opportunity to have on-the-job experience, whereby they're able to apply that knowledge and they're able to grow with respect to working on various projects with geospatial professionals. So at this point, we're going to invite in the chat, if you are any such organization, or if you would like to open your mic and to indicate to us, if you are an organization that does take on interns from time to time, so that if there are any who are online, and I'm sure they are, given the information I've gotten, who are very interested in pursuing internship given the requirements of their programs, if you could share said as to which institutions or which organizations you are from so that we are aware. So the NSDMD does take on internships, so I'm confirming that. So we would love to hear from the other organization representatives that are online, if you take on interns from time to time. We do understand that with internship, depending on the time of year when the interns come on, or depending on the program of which your organization has, that sometimes you're able to offer a stipend, or sometimes you are not. So that's something to bear. Sometimes you're not able to. So that's something to bear in mind. But what is most important is being able to give students the opportunity to come in and to get that hands-on, on-the-job experience, the learning. There's nothing that can replace the on-the-job experience of an exchange, knowledge exchange that happens, and transfer of knowledge that happens, and the growth with respect to your practical skills, the honing in on that. So if you're able to, please do post in the chat so that we can see who are these organizations who are able to accommodate interns. And with that, we would love for those persons to apply to you to see if there is any possibility of them interning. We know, given the whole COVID-19 situation, that some organizations may not be taking on many interns or as much as they used to, or may have that on a low key at this point in time. So we understand that. But if you are able to share that you do accept interns and that you have an internship program, please do share in the chat so that the others who have joined us can see, and they can make use of that with respect to applying to accommodate, to be a part of those programs that you may have. All right, just want to share that. So we continue to watch as Camperdown High continues to lead, followed by Mayday High, followed by Holland High, then Oberlin High, then Belair High, Calabar High, and Woolmer's Trust High School for Girls. All right, so the order continues in terms of the results. So we continue to watch as this unfolds, yeah, with all the excitement therein, and then to announce the winners of this final competition of Jamaica's 19th staging of National GIS Day.
Ms. Lloyd, just by way of announcements, is we have just about 7 minutes to go. So 6 minutes and 45 seconds before the end of the competition.
Give it a
No,
top
I'm just
three.
saying, yeah, we need top 3.
Okay, sure, no problem. So I'll give you the top 3 persons. Just give me 1 sec, just to make sure that I have everything.
In the meantime, the persons who participated in the treasure hunt, can you tell us how did you find it? Was it too easy or too hard? Darren, it looked like you want to say something.
There was going good, but I got stuck on one question and then I got bumped out of second place.
Yes, Miss Hines, it's fine. So remember we have a time limit because we can't keep the treasure hunt open forever. So the hours ended. So it's going to be those who have found the most, the fastest.
All right, so I have the results. So from an individual perspective, would you like me to go ahead and mention it? Would you like me to go from third to first?
Yeah, yes, Sheldon, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Sheldon.
So in first place, we have Shanti Green from Camperdown. They collected, based on what I'm seeing, all the information that was needed. And they would have been the first one to have completed it. In second place, we have also had the same amount as well. However, they came in second based on the time. That would have been Jaheim Davis. And he would have also, well, that would have been from, Jaheim Davis is from Calabar. And in third place, and I hope I'm pronouncing it properly, and that would be Rogiano Chambers from Bellier High. So again, in terms of from first place, that would be Ashanti Green from Camperdown High School. In second place, Jaheim Davis from Calabar High. And in third place, Rogiano Chambers from Bellier High. So that rounds off the top 3.
All right, thanks, Sheldon. All right, Miss Lloyd, over to you.
Okay, thank you for that. So as a reminder, in third place, Bellier High. Second place is Calabar. And first place is Camperdown. All right, so congratulations to our winners for the treasure hunt for this year. Big thank you to Mr. Williams for guiding us through the competition. Also, big, huge thank you to Mr. Sheldon Small for developing the application and for managing it and for executing accordingly. Thank you so much. So, given the results for this year for GIS Day, it seems as if Mayday High School is the leading school for 2021 GIS Day Jamaica. Yes, Mayday has clocked 1, 2, 3. All of 3 first place wins. Seconded by Camperdown, copying 2 first place wins. So big thank you to all the students, the teachers, the geospatial experts, and others who have been online with us from 9, or you've been in and out, depending on if you have class or if you have meetings or other activities doing. We are very happy, very proud that you've been able to stay with us until the end, the absolute end of our day. So again, a big, happy International GIS Day. Thank you for being us for the 19th staging of Jamaica's National GIS Day Expo. My name is Simone Lloyd, Acting Principal Director of Jamaica's National Spatial Data Management Division, and we're within the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment, and Climate Change. And we are happy to have been here hosting you for the day. Also through the Land Information Council of Jamaica, of which we provide secretarial support to. So we're very happy that you were here with us for the entire day and that you have stick and stayed with us. It's been an exciting day.
together, learning, seeing the students compete and the organizations compete and hearing the big results of the day. We'll be sending out notification to all persons who registered for the various activities for Geography Awareness Week. We thank you so much for being a part of all or some of the events, the 4 major events of which we would have had over the past 2 weeks. Thank you for being with us. With that, we'll be sending out thank yous to everyone who are part of the teams, who contributed in whatever way. And with that, we'll be sending official notification as to who are the winners for the various competitions. So we're very proud of you. Thank you for registering. Thank you for competing. And we look forward to announcing to you which date is and at what time we'll be having the post-GIS Day award ceremony. And during that award ceremony, of course, we will be observing COVID-19 protocols as we carry you through the process of recognizing you for the good work you would have done with respect to competing in these various competitions and awarding you your well-deserved prizes. Major thank you to the members of the National Spatial Data Management Division team who would have been working tirelessly over the past however many months, many months, planning the GAW events and activities. Major thank you to the Land Information Council of Jamaica's Geography Awareness Week Planning Committee. We appreciate your efforts. Representatives from the National Land Agency, from UTEC Jamaica, from the EOJ, from the NHT, from the NWA. I don't want to leave out anybody from NLA, from PIOJ, and the listing goes on. Thank you so much for all your support over the many months with respect to planning these events and executing them. We could not have done it without you. And so we are very much grateful to you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for being with us. We hope you had a wonderful day with us. We enjoyed you being with us and for hosting you here. And as we close out our 19th staging of National GIS Day, and as we look forward to next year, so 2022 is a major year for the council and for the ministry. Next year, we have 2 hallmarks. Next year, it will be the 30th anniversary of the Land Information Council of Jamaica. Next year will also be the 20th staging of the National GIS Day Expo. So big and greater things are going to be happening next year. So please look out for all that will be coming with you. So listen out for all that we have to share. If you have not subscribed or if you're not friends of ours, please do so. Our Twitter accounts or LinkedIn or Facebook or IG and also our YouTube. So please look out for NSDNB_LICJ or look out for GIS Jamaica. Please do friend us. Please do subscribe to us. Please note that all our events for this year, they were recorded, they were live streamed, and so they are available on our YouTube channel. So please do go to our YouTube channel, and in our emails to you, we will be sharing the links to all of the recordings so that if you did not see them, you can go on, and if you did already and you want to watch again and you want to reminisce and experience what you went through with us, please do. Or if you want to share, please do share the links to all the events with other persons so that they can also share in the experience. All right. So again, we thank you and we welcome your continued participation, your continued partnership for next year. And we will be engaging you as we celebrate the 20th National GIS Day Expo next year. Hopefully it will be at UE. All right. That will be hallmark, different from the 30th anniversary of the Land Information Council of Jamaica. Again, it was my pleasure hosting you, Simone Lloyd. And with that, thank you, team, for all your hard work. Our technical team who was on board dealing with the streaming and all the technical glitches we were having. We appreciate your efforts significantly, and to all who are on with us. We bid you farewell for the 2021 National GIS Day Expo. Thank you again, everyone. Have a wonderful day, and we look forward to hosting you again next year. Bye, everyone.